please know that in 2026, our 10th anniversary year, your support truly matters. Join us on Patreon at patreon.com/udownwithkpp. Memberships start at just $1 a month and help us bring you even more KPP. You can also support the show with new Ka-Pow merch on our TeePublic store. Please know we appreciate every bit of support, and on with the episode.
I was the one who brought movies up. I drink your milkshake, go fill my cup. Make music myself while I drink it up. Frankly, my dear, I just don't give a fuck. Somehow Poobah return, wanna play a game. Gonna die fucking big time to come to pain. Lazy salad AI, I'm not entertained. I can make it myself, fall in the flame. It's the Poobah Awards. It's the Poobah Awards. I'm the king of the world, you shall not pass. I can do this all day, more than Cap's ass. They look at me, I'm the captain, now thinking I back, close your eyes for the Ka-Pow. Great Scott, I'm your density. Shoot your shot, I'm unbreakable, witness me. You adore me, you love me, you cherish me. Wouldst thou like to live deliciously? What you done to Ned, now I'm real money. Do I laugh now, wait till it gets funny? Is your wallet the one that says honey bunny? Mine says bad motherfucker, go get it, sonny. I see dead people come if you wanna live. $1 million ain't cool, you know what is? Dare you say what again to my little friend? Got your head in the box, guess what's a sin? Simply walking the mortal and Matt's hat. You're the mattress man, better say that's that. Honeysuckle, I smell you not coming back. Take away all you got, all you're gonna have. Go home to your mother, I killed Bill. Get a body bag and fetch your will. Show me the money, I'll pay the bill. You're not ready for this, but your kids will. It's the Poobah.
Hooray for Hollywood.
It's the Poobah.
You have joined us on a very special night. It's time for the 9th Annual Poobah Awards here at Ka-Pow, the Pop Culture Podcast. My name is Jordan Lowe.
Cliff Barnes.
I'm Seth. The Poobah.
The eponymous Poobah. We're talking all
The
the
titular.
movies. All the movies of 2025. We're in the midst of award season. The Oscars are coming up. We just had the Golden Globes, getting the SAG Awards and all that fun stuff. Well, we have our own award show, and it's called the Poobah Awards. And we don't just handpick a few critical darlings. No, we go over every single movie that we enjoyed last year. And
even the ones we didn't.
The ones we didn't enjoy. We'll briefly mention those. And we've got a couple of categories that we've made up that we award some of our acting favorites or some of our favorite moments of the last year. So we'll chime in with those as we go. So this is the Poobah Show. Take it away.
Yeah, oh my gosh. Saw a lot of movies this year. Banner year. I'm really curious to hear how many movies you guys saw, how many times you went to the theater. Cliff was up a couple years ago. Whenever he had his movie pass, he was at the movie theater all the time.
Yep, boy.
Doing that. You know how many times you went to the movie theater this year?
Times have certainly changed. I believe 5.
5 times.
5 times.
Well, okay. Well, mark them out when you get to that movie. I bet I can think of a few.
Bet you can.
Superhero-y movies, yeah. And how many movies did you see?
How many?
2025 movies.
Just 2025, not how many total. Just 2025 release. Yeah. I think
That's
I counted.
What this about.
Counted 22.
22 movies from 2025.
So that's not a bad ratio of theater going to total movies. So
yeah. About a quarter of the movies you saw in a theater. That's right. Good. Pretty good considering all your options at home. And you got a big TV, so you actually got out there, supported the theater, saw it with some people. Jordan, how many times did you go to the theater this year?
Cliff beat me.
Wow.
Exactly the same as last year. 4 trips to the theater.
4 trips.
That's
Wow.
the exact same amount I did in 2024.
From here on out, you're not allowed to go to the theater any more than 4 times every year. That's the rule.
Now the real question, I just want, I'm nervous. I usually, rule the roost on watching a bunch of movies. So Jordan has made me nervous ever since he's been reviewing on Letterboxd, and this year he has reviewing a lot of movies at a steady pace. So how many movies from 2025 did you see?
I think you're safe. I had a banner year. I had a record year, but I don't think
I knew that you had to have.
So it was in 2022, I saw 44, dipped down to 31 the next year, then up to 39 last year. So that was 44 had been my highest of the last couple of years. But I ended up with 51 movies and 7 documentaries, not including the one you just called me out on off air.
Yeah.
I realized I didn't even write that one down. So
okay.
Only theatrical movies. So 7 docs, 51 movies, 58 movies.
58. So that's quite a bit more than you have. I would have guessed a higher number because you were banking movies left and right.
Well, it's they're, like I said, we have more options now. They come to streaming faster.
Mm-hmm.
They've never been easier to see a movie. Even a cheap person like me who doesn't pay to rent them, like those when they come out for $19.99 or whatever, right after the theater. Like I don't pay for movies like that. So even being a cheapskate, I was able to get in close to 60. Wow,
that's
more than
crazy.
one a week.
That's great. Yeah. Okay. Well, I had a record year as far as going to the theater. I'll never beat it. I don't think I could possibly beat it. But of just 2025 movies, I went to the theater 53 times. I did see a couple movies that weren't from 2025, but so they don't count. But I did see a couple other ones this year: Kill Bill, Whole Bloody Affair, and Sunset Boulevard. But other ones, 53 movies. I think there might have been one repeat in there, something I saw twice in theaters. But that's a lot. I will not beat 53. That's one a week. That's we saw a lot of good stuff. Nick and I both have a movie pass, and we went probably 3 times a month. And then, occasionally we'd go to Columbus or something, or we'd see a couple in a day. We did a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, I don't know, back-to-back movies. And he loves to watch a movie as much as me. So we're a pair. We just go to movies all the time. He never says no. He's like, "Yep, I'm in." But he likes to get his money worth on the movie pass. So yeah. And then total movies I saw this year, 2025 movies. I saw 104. I watched my 104th movie this evening. So I know I broke 100 before, so that's not crazy, but I'm not going to do that this year. I'm already behind schedule. But I just went ahead and set the record. We'll see if anyone ever breaks it. But we watched a lot of movies, so we're gonna go through them, talk about them, count them down. I usually just start at the movie I like the least, and I don't have them perfectly in position. Like Jordan always kind of does levels of movies, like groups. Like these are the ones I didn't like. This 10, 15 movies, and kind of grade levels. And you have an explanation of your
Yeah, I think you reminded me. So yeah, my 4 categories are great, very good, good enough, and meh.
meh.
Yeah, those are my favorites.
Yeah. And
and I don't grade the documentaries. I kind of kept them separate.
Exactly.
So out of 51 movies, I only had 5 meh that I wouldn't recommend.
Yeah.
Everything else was I would consider worth a watch. So
Yeah.
5 great, 10 very good. So I got like a top 15, and then 31 that are good enough.
Good enough to watch.
Fine time movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of good enoughs. Um,
It's funny because that's interesting. I I would say, I mean, for as far as last year 2025 went, I didn't see that many movies, but there weren't a lot that I liked. Like, I didn't feel was I mean, there were like a few at the top that you would probably guess, and everything else it was just I watched the wrong stuff.
I think
That's a whole new.
Well,
that's a whole new category.
You like a different. Well, everybody has different tastes in movies, but maybe there just weren't as many movies of the type you like.
Maybe
so
so.
Or you'd have went and saw them.
Yeah, I always think it's just so weird how you like movies that make you feel good, and I like movies that make me feel bad. Like Cliff does not like movies that.
There's enough bad shit in the world that I cannot take.
Movies that make me feel bad make me feel good.
Ugh.
Yeah, those are the best.
I do not need more of that in my life. I got enough problems.
Yeah, I want to feel something. And going to the theater, I always seems to make me like a movie more. Like, so that's why one reason I like to go there, and I've really, expanded what, there's different levels of how good the theaters are down here, but I found if you set in the right spots, they look better and things. So we've got our own spots we like to go, and seeing it with a crowd. Like, we saw movie 2026 movie last week, and the theater was packed, and it was just so much more enjoyable, everybody just enjoying it together. So I definitely, especially when something's funny, I enjoy it a lot more with a crowd. But anyway, we're gonna start counting them down, and we'll as we go through, if you saw the movie, let me know. See what you think of it, and go from there. Interrupt at any time. As you get to something that fills one of your categories that we have, shout it out. Say, this was my favorite. This was my best whatever. Yeah, I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 documentaries, it looks like. And I always just start with those, get them out of the way. Unless something is just transcendent that I have to have it in one of my best movies of the year, I just don't even include it, in my ranking it or anything. I either like it or don't. I still value documentaries a lot. I love watching documentaries, but it's something I don't like comparing them to a scripted movie and an acted movie. Just something it's hard for me to. I feel like documentaries have an advantage because you will have actual footage and it's real people and real feelings and stuff, and sometimes it's just an edge that they didn't have to do the acting in some of them. They didn't have to do the art as much, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the same way. I just realized 6 of my 7 documentaries I rated exactly the same on Letterboxd. Like, if it's a documentary, I'm interested. It's just like, yep, good. I enjoyed that. So.
Yeah, the one I liked the least was one that premiered at Sundance last year that I didn't get to see, and I'd been mad because people said they liked it, and I was like, I've wished all year I could have seen it, and finally rented it a couple weeks ago, and boy, I did not like it. It was called The Zodiac Killer Project, and it's basically about this guy that wanted to do a documentary about a take on the Zodiac killer, and he didn't get the permission to do it. He had found out some great information and it was gonna be just another Zodiac, documentary, but he had a different way of looking at it. So instead of making the documentary, this documentary is him telling you what he would have done. And it's just it's not terrible, but I didn't like it like a lot of people did. I was just like, it just seemed like I like a disgruntled guy as much as the next. I can respect it, but he's like, and here I would have done this. He really did deconstruct by him telling you what he would have done and him saying all the cookie cutter ways he would have done things, because he was just going to make a documentary like everybody else, in the ways and how he would have tension and all this. I was like, yeah, you're just showing the bones of it. And I don't know. I didn't care for it. I think we all watched this documentary. And I know it says 2024, but the only time you could only watch this once you got to 2025, I believe. And it was Secret Mall Apartment. So if you didn't have it on your list, it counts as a 2025. This is about, you'll never believe this. This is about a secret mall apartment. And I thought it was okay. It's not as great as I was hoping. It's, anybody else want to say what they thought of it? You guys saw it?
Yeah, I feel like I remember that story coming out. So I'm like, oh, that sounds like, I'm sure that's an interesting subject, but it delved more into how they were artists, and it just got a little pretentious of like, this wasn't just weirdos hanging out at a mall. They were doing an art project, and they were saying something about society. It's like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. It's like, or you just needed a place to sleep.
Yeah.
I don't, it's a lot of effort. A lot of effort. I did like seeing some real footage of when they were trying to do stuff, and and I like the idea of it. It was neat that they did that, but that was all it was. It wasn't enough more, There was a documentary about Mark Maron called Are We Good? Kind of going back and following him after Lynn Shelton died a few years ago, and about when they started it. And it was fine, but I feel like I'd listened to that podcast pretty steadily and everything, and it didn't blow me away. It's just a standard doc following Mark Maron around, if you like him. So Being Eddie, the Eddie Murphy doc, I thought it was fairly entertaining. It's Eddie Murphy. It was neat to hear about, his take on things. It was very much everything was his side of the story, but he's likable, and there's some couple really neat moments. Did either of you guys see that? And there's a moment where he's walking through his house and he just stops, and there's a shadow, like a light, a light source coming down, and he does a shadow puppet of Donkey on the wall. Just walks by and just stops and does it perfectly. Like makes a perfect. He obviously he had done it a million times, but he was just like stopped and showed that he could do this, and he's doing the voice, of course, because he is the voice, and it was kind of a neat little moment. But again, it's just a very sanctioned documentary where you hear his side. I think we all watched probably the John Candy I Like Me doc. It was on Prime.
Yeah.
I really like John Candy. I thought this was good enough. I felt like I wanted more. I didn't love it as much as everybody else.
I throw all of the documentaries in with movies. I don't do it like you guys. They all go into the same pot. So when I usually on like Letterboxd, I'll do a list and keep a running list as I watch movies throughout the year.
Same
for the year. And like I had that as like my second favorite movie I watched this year.
Oh, we'll talk about it.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. I thought it was pretty. I guess there was a lot of info maybe that was new to me. Which, and having his kids on there, of course, it's going to be emotional and things like that. But just there was interesting facts I either didn't know, or I didn't really remember. Like, I forgot about him owning the Argonauts and that whole era, that was later on, and like not realizing like how popular he actually was. He was a superstar in Canada. But yeah, I mean, and I remember watching Second City TV on Nick at Night and stuff when I was a kid. But like, I don't really remember many like the skits and stuff like that. So like, it was a lot of nostalgia for me to go back and see some of that stuff and remember it. But yeah, just like his off, you know, when he's not being a celebrity, when he was at home, and his past with his father, and as people have shitty childhoods, I get that, but never knowing his dad, and kind of carrying that burden a little bit his entire life. Like, I don't know, he was just a really, for a celebrity, seemed very kind and genuine, and yeah, I just enjoyed it. It was I think it was pretty anticipated for me, because I like a lot of his movies back in the day when I was growing up. But yeah, anytime you do that, I mean, there was another documentary I just recently watched of somebody that I also like their movies, and it was exact, I don't want to say exact opposite, but it was an opposite thing of like listening to people tell you how shitty that person is. So yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, this definitely was clean cut, we love fest, but it's like I don't know that he had a bunch of skeleton in his closet that needed to be
Yeah.
dug up and stuff like that. So I don't know that it needed any more grittiness or dirt or anything, but yeah, he just kind of is a beloved figure, so it was good to
Yeah.
celebrate him.
I guess it's nice to see somebody like that, achieve such fame and make such good stuff for a long time that wasn't terrible. That, yeah, didn't have all this darkness and stuff, or how bad or how horrible they treated people. It was the exact opposite situation, it seemed to be. So
Then after that, I had Downey wrote that, one of the several SNL documentaries they've done on Peacock. That's about Jim Downey, who was instrumental writing so many SNL skits over the years, and just always coming up with dialogue for them. He wrote a lot of that, a lot for like many, many years, for the 80s cast, 90s cast, into the 2000s. And he just, really just wanted to give him credit for all, let the show, all a bunch of stuff he did, and how he did it, who he was writing with, and all this. I think all of his docs are good, because I'm interested in SNL and the history of it. So he's a funny guy.
And I always find it interesting, unless they've been there 30 years, you don't really know the names of a lot of SNL writers, but like when the actors or whoever go on Seth Meyers, or you hear them talk, they mention, "Oh, this was a great skit," and the first thing they say is, "Yeah, that's a blank skit." Like they'll
Yeah.
name the writer who did it, and it's like that's always good to shine the light on the underappreciated talent.
Yeah, he like wrote stuff for Norm Macdonald, and it's just it's a good doc. What's the one called Stiller and Mira? Nothing is Lost. Directed by Ben Stiller, about his parents, and him and his sister trying to sell their parents' apartment now that they're gone, and just kind of they have just endless amounts of logging of their history. Like, they had taped everything, and so they were like cleaning out the apartment, and he just obviously, this is content, basically, so they made a documentary about it, and it was just neat to really see their whole story, and from their kids' perspective. And I mean, they're comedy icons, and she, seemed like she was maybe the more talented one, and they, them talking about that, and it was good. I definitely, if you have interest in them at all, I definitely recommend it. One of the first ones I saw last year was Becoming Led Zeppelin. We went to Columbus to watch that in the theater, and it was just like there's not much. There's not been many things made about Led Zeppelin because they haven't allowed it. And this one is just like about their beginnings, and it was fine, but it wasn't like the greatest doc, but it was just great to see all this footage that you haven't seen before and see them talking individually, about how they started, and it basically covers the first couple albums. I'd love to see one pick up where they left off, because it was like I'd never seen that much information about them put into anything, So if you like Zeppelin, that was good. Got 5 more. Pee-wee as himself, I thought was a great doc about Pee Wee Herman. Just well done. It was a very it went into a lot of detail about his life, and I thought that was really good.
Guess what? I'm having a party, and you're invited.
It's weird to be in this situation having a documentary made, because I'm used to having control of my alter ego. I wanted to be a performance artist. I could show you my characters. Out of nowhere, Pee Wee Herman popped out of me. The audience ate it up and went crazy.
When I first saw Paul as Pee-wee, I was like, who is this little man in this bow tie, and why is he throwing Tootsie Rolls at people?
Hollywood had taken notice. I mean, how could they not?
I remember thinking, this is going to be really big.
There wasn't like a moment in the 80s that wasn't super cool to be me. And then dark music. Bum, 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 bum. I lost control of my anonymity, and it was devastating. I don't want to come off like a victim in some way. I kept who I was a secret for a really long time. I hid behind an alter ego.
Today's secret word is fun.
Did you guys watch this? Because it was a good doc.
I had that at the top of my list for documentaries. It was fascinating how much he was involved, but then regretted it and questioned whether he should even be doing it. So we got a good look at his qualms because he's always been a character. He's always it's all burlesque. It's all a performance. And so to him sitting there being himself, I'm sure was very difficult. But yeah, I learned a lot from living through Pee-wee Mania. Again, I remember watching the show. I remember him being everywhere, the toys, the merchandise, but I didn't know that much about him and his history and things. So yeah, it was very eye-opening and very, very well made.
Yeah, I was a big Pee-wee fan back in the day. This was like my second favorite documentary of the year. And again, it was really good. A lot of behind the scenes stuff that I didn't know. I didn't know at the end, he had a falling out with Phil Hartman, and that was never recovered. It was really good. It was it was a little bit hard to watch him have he was having a hard time making this thing. It was like I felt like he was fighting against everything that he had protected for so long, as they were interviewing him, and he's answering questions and getting kind of testy at times, but I think that's who he was, and I think it did a really good job of showing all of that. So,
and also fascinating how times have changed, as when he was in college and first on the stage and first in this experimental theater was openly gay, in a relationship with a dude, not hiding anything. And then it's like, oh, we're going to put you on a kid show. Go back in the closet. Don't let anyone like. He was openly himself for a long while, and then it's like, oh no, you can't. We can't let anyone know you're gay. That's like, and it worked. that's such a different Hollywood.
Yeah, it was awesome. Then I also had Ladies and Gentlemen, 50 Years of SNL Music. So another SNL doc that was on Peacock. And this was just about musical guests from over the years. And there was a clip that went around of the beginning of it. I think there's like several minute clip of just so many of these. It's just like, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was Questlove made a clip, like mixed called "Ladies and Gentlemen," and just of them announcing all these people. But so many groups were kind of discovered by putting new groups on SNL, and it's just like a warm blanket of music to watch and just see when these people were on there at the beginnings of their careers or ends of their careers, and just I loved it. It was awesome. Grand Theft Hamlet was one I watched toward the beginning of the year. It's basically, it was like, I think they started it in COVID times or whatever, but basically they used the game Grand Theft Auto 5 to try to perform Hamlet in the game of Grand Theft Auto. So the guy was in there and he would try to recruit other people he would try doing auditions, just like went in there and tried to get people to perform it in there. That they practiced it in there, they did everything in the game. And it just is, I mean, it's not unbelievably great or anything, but it's very interesting to watch how they did it, how they were trying to do it, how earnestly some people showed up, how they some were really good doing it, like they really were trying really hard and giving good performances with their avatar there, while someone random shows up and tries to kill him. Just shows up and like drives a car through the whole thing and murders everyone. And it's just like, can they pull it off? Basically, are they gonna be able to do it without something bad happening? And I don't know, I just really thought it was a neat idea and pretty original, I thought. So I really like that. That is on Mubi, I think. Which there's several things on Mubi right now. I got now you can get a few month subscription now for like $1. There's good stuff on there. I had two more docs. Predators. I watched both of these last year in Sundance. Predators is about the To Catch a Predator series and kind of taking a look at the predators. And it was everybody watched that. Like everybody loved to watch, not everybody, I'm sure the people didn't love it, but people were drawn to watching Chris Hansen catch these child predators. And it gave, we got joy from watching them suffer and be caught. And, of course they're terrible people and they deserve it. So you feel justified. But this doc is like asking what does it say about us really to get joy from other people's pain, and what were did anybody do anything to help these people? Because it really kind of dives into that, showing that no, it's like they didn't like what? There was a guy that killed himself, and they go into that, like, show footage, police footage and stuff from, like, one of the guys, like, killed himself because he got caught on this show, and they have Chris Hansen eventually becomes a part of it, and he's still trying to do it. He's still doing it in some respect for other networks or whatever, and it really takes a look at Chris Hansen, and you will see him in a different light. Whenever you get a title, I always try to throw the words "who is" or "who are." Who are the real predators here? And it really makes us and him into the predator of trying to just use all the people involved, and he comes up like a real scumbag in this, and I highly recommend it. It's and I got joy at his pain and them, like, really asking some hard questions of him, and he just looks like he doesn't care about anything except getting that high of, and getting those ratings and stuff. So very good doc. My favorite doc, I also saw at Sundance last year. I was kind of waiting to see if you guys would stumble on it, and Jordan finally watched it, was The Perfect Neighbor. You did watch that, right? The Perfect Neighbor.
Oh, that was
yeah. It's about this Karen, basically, and the standard ground laws. It's mostly police body cam footage, and going about this long running neighborhood dispute where she kept calling the cops on the neighborhood kids. They come in her yard or something, throw a ball over there, or bother her or something, and trying to get them in trouble. She was just, I don't know. It was been a year since I saw it, but it's so sad just how things escalated. And it's like she was looking for somebody, she was looking for a reason to be able to kill somebody, basically. And it's I thought it was just a very well done doc, exposing that type of person. And what'd you think of it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was from 2024 though, so I didn't have it on my list. But it's very good, but also very intrusive, and like while you're watching, you're like, I shouldn't be seeing this. There's certain scenes of like, this is very personal. The dad takes a kid aside to tell him his mom's dead. I'm like, why is the cop standing there? Well, we get his body cam footage, so we're watching a kid learn his mom's dead, and it's like, that's such a personal thing. Like, I should not be seeing this. Very moving, of course, but also like felt very voyeuristic. But it gives you that level of detail of what's going on with this situation, and the woman, scary. Scary that she's not an insane cackling villain. Like, she's just your neighbor. She's just
every Karen you see
you
see a Karen video, this is who it is.
Yeah.
Ugh. It was great.
Made me feel so bad.
Yeah, I saw that. It premiered at Sundance last January, and I was like, this is going to be hard to beat for me, and it was, like, as far as just a good, well done documentary. So that's all of my docs. You got any other ones?
I had This is the Tom Green documentary.
Yeah.
That was excellent.
Look back at him. I've always thought he deserved a little more credit for the kind of comedy he pioneered. And getting to see his parents again, and Phil and Glenn Humplick, all those people that we remember from the show, like, are still around. So I thought that was good. You watched that one, Clue?
Yeah, Alicia and I watched it. Like, we had a ball watching that thing because it was
I
just
meant
so
to watch
much.
it. I like Tom.
So much.
He's on Big Brother.
Nostalgia for it, because I mean, when that stuff hit, like, we were young, and like it was beyond huge how popular he was, and how he was doing groundbreaking stuff, at that time.
Everything on YouTube 10 years later was the type of viral video he was making. He basically invented the celebrity podcast. He did recordings from his home talking to celebrity. Like, he was just on the front lines of so many innovations.
Yeah, exactly. And even like, some of the more popular YouTubers today, vloggers and stuff, like, you can tell how the inspiration they got, some of them from Tom Green and what he was doing way back in the day, from his house, from public access, wherever he was at the time. But yeah, we really liked it, and I think Tom Green is just again, I think he comes off as a pretty good dude. He's just farming now and making content that way. But it was just a lot of nostalgia.
Points off because it did not cover the Big Brother era, so there's still a gaping hole in his life story. I watched Lilith Fair, Building a Mystery, about the history of the music concert Sarah McLachlan started. I thought that was interesting slice of musical pop culture, how no one could see the vision and no one wanted to spend any money on it. Like, I don't know, all female headliners. I don't know if anybody's going to want to see that. And then it becomes the biggest concert of all time. When We Went Mad, about Mad Magazine, kind of a retrospective on that. And it was good. And it covered the history and the 1950s Senate hearings that led to it changing from a comic book that needed the comic code approval to a magazine. But it skimmed through the history of that stuff so fast, and then it was just a bunch of celebrities talking, oh, I used to read it in high school, it was great. So it was just, again, a little more of a fluff piece. I wanted a little more info on it, but again, I thought it was still worth watching. Then one called Band Together, Banned. It follows these high school kids. Their high school is banning books, and so it's them going to school board meetings and city council meetings and all the way to Washington D.C. and like trying to with a couple of teachers and community activists trying to reverse these book bans that are just getting ridiculous. And it was so interesting watching this footage of these kids. They know the city council meeting, you get 90 seconds to voice your opinion, and then they cut your mic off and you go sit down. So they would prepare, they'd write a speech and they'd practice it, they'd nail it, get 90 seconds, not be emotional, get their point made, and then go sit down. And then the opposition would get up and just start screaming, you kids today don't even, and then they run out of time and not really say anything. And then you'd see the parents pointing their fingers at these children, little children, and they're, you kids need your safe spaces and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, man, you're the one who's scared of reading a book. Like, so it was just the imbalance of the arguments of who's arguing pro and who's arguing con. It was very enlightening for someone who's not, I hear about this stuff, but I'm not really on the front lines of this idea. And then another similar sort of story was called Thoughts and Prayers on HBO, and it's taking not a super political take. Like, it didn't have a real strong point of view. We're talking about these active shooter training.
Yeah, I think I watched that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just kind of following. It's trying to let you decide, basically, and it obviously comes down on the side of the kids, but it's following the kids who have to go through all this stuff, and also the industry that's popped up around it. And it shows these guys, it's like Shark Tank. They're pitching, I've got a backpack that'll stop a bullet, and here's a table that folds up and turns into a shield, and here's a thing to prop the door closed if the gunman's coming in. And it's just like, what are we doing spending all this time and money on these fixes, these as seen on TV style fixes, rather than actually solving the problem? So it's not hammering you, but it's letting you see the absurdity of it all. And I thought it was really well made. Again, angry. Every scene in the movie makes you angry, but in a good kind of righteous way.
Yeah, I know. I had heard about that one. Seemed to turn some people off for some reason, but I just never got around to it. I
Hmm.
just didn't want to. That seemed like a subject I just didn't want to
Didn't have
live
the
through
energy
that.
for. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the only other one I had that I kept track of was I just recently watched that I'm Chevy Chase and You're Not
Yeah,
doc.
that's next year. Tell us about next year.
Oh, is it next year? Okay.
Yep, yep.
It said 2025.
You're in the future. You, oh, so those are all the docs. I love documentaries. So there was a lot of good stuff. Um, so we're at the bottom of my list as far as scripted things, and but even the stuff down here wasn't that bad. Like even the stuff down here, I didn't hate, except for this movie. I saw this at Sundance last year, and it was just like a sure thing. When I read the description, like sounds exactly like the type. After having the year before watched Evelyn, or well, they ended up changing the title, The Remarkable Evelyn. Now they're making a scripted movie about that documentary, but uh, about the kid that played Warcraft, Warcraft, I think, and lived in that video game basically. This was a video game documentary, basically, kind of. It's a guy. It's basically gets sucked into a uh, 80s black and white 80s style fantasy computer game. He has to go save his dog, and it's immersive and all this stuff. I was like, this sounds great. I did not like, and then maybe it just wasn't. Sometimes maybe if I watched it again someday, now knowing that it wasn't what I was hoping it would be, I might enjoy it for a different reason. But I just didn't like it. So I watched
What was the title?
Obex. I'm sorry, I probably didn't say it. Obex. A lot of people loved it. I was down a lot lower than everyone else. Nick didn't care for it either, but I probably didn't help that I was probably bitching about it when we watched it. What's Your Cordially Invited from early last year? That Will Ferrell and Reese Witherspoon prime movie. It wasn't. I mean,
Oh, was that 2025? Gosh.
yes,
Yeah, I watched that. It was not.
it's fine. It's down here. Mountainhead. That was a Jesse Armstrong movie with Steve Carell, Jason Schwartzman, whatever. It's basically a bunch of basically the billionaire class making decisions, at like this summit, and it was stupid. I don't know. It was a neat showing the absurdity of how the people running everything are a bunch of idiots that have no touch on reality, and they just have all the money. And it's ridiculous, but I didn't love it. Nonas or whatever. Did we watch that early
Yeah.
last year? Right?
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah, it was fine. It was a Vince
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 Vaughn,
Vaughn opened an Italian restaurant and hired grandmas to cook the food, so it'd be authentic food. And it was perfectly harmless Netflix movie.
Yeah.
Wicked for Good. It was not for good. No. It was not. I liked the first one.
Yeah, I definitely didn't hear nearly as much about the second one after it came. Like there was a
No.
bunch of
Oh,
press
it's
for it,
oh
but once
yeah.
it came out, I didn't hear anybody really talking about it or
Oh,
praising it.
just because it was nothing. All the songs sucked. They blew the rod on the first movie. It should have been one movie. Should have just been one movie. The songs were just better in the first movie, and they didn't have anything to come back with. But gotta get that money. So they screwed themselves out of awards, really, is what they did. Because when you're gonna they put out part one, they don't give awards for part one. They give awards for Return of the King. So they were going to get all their awards for the second movie that sucked. So nothing. Kinda Pregnant. That was Amy Schumer, one of her comedies where she pretends to be pregnant. It's fine. Nobody 2. Bob Odenkirk sequel to the thing where he's, Jason's basically a Jason Statham plot. And it was fine. First one's fine. This one's fine. I didn't like quite as well. And whatever. I'd watch a third one, but it'd be down at the bottom also.
The first one was a nice surprise. This one was a little more, here it goes again. But I like Odenkirk. So and Sharon Stone as the villain being like completely off her gourd, like that was pretty fun.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. Here's a movie I think you said you liked. I thought it was not that great, but it's called Drop. It has Megan Fahey from the White Lotus, which I like her. It's like somebody is airdropping to her cell phone and trying to, saying they've got, they're showing her home, security. They're at her house, don't tell anybody, and, trying to get her to do something. And it's like a little one room mystery. Who's the bad guy in the room type thing. And that's all. There's nothing wrong with this movie. All these movies are fine. I just didn't blow me away. I thought the ending was stupid. I liked fine who it was. It's kind of who I thought it was. And it was fine. Didn't have a problem with that, but just the actual ending, how it all played out, I was like, felt thrown together there.
Yeah, I had it at 27, so about midway.
Yeah.
A decent thriller. I usually don't like that where, you chose the glass on the left. I knew you would. Like that kind of like where every plot point is the villain has masterminded everything. That usually drives me nuts, but I thought the mystery was pretty well constructed, and I liked that. I did nominate it for one of our awards for favorite line.
Oh, okay. I'm ready.
So this is a nomination here because it's a little spoilery, but at one point the villain says, "I'm always 2 moves ahead. I'm playing chess while you're playing Yahtzee." And as soon as he said that, I'm like, if she doesn't say Yahtzee at some point in this movie, I'm going to be very angry. So that paid off pretty well. At some point, she gets to say Yahtzee.
Yep. That's true. That's good. That's good. I'll bump it up just for that. House of Dynamite. Catherine Bigelow has made some good movies, I heard. And she, this is about basically nuclear war starting, and that half hour or so people have to make the decisions and how it plays out. And it's got Rebecca Ferguson, Tracy Letts. There's some neat stuff in the first half hour. It's like, oh well, you're following Rebecca Ferguson and seeing what she's gonna do, and they're all talking, trying to figure out, how are we gonna stop these nukes coming? Are they really coming? What's going on? Yeah, and then they do it again from somebody else's perspective, and I think they do it again, and I don't know. It just like lost me after. I was like, what are we doing? They shouldn't have done it like that. Like it didn't bring anything to it. I didn't get anything else out of watching the same thing over and over from different perspectives. And I remember thinking the ending was stupid too. So it just was a letdown. What's The Housemaid? Sydney Sweeney and Man Siegfried. And whoever this guy, what's his name? Brandon Schlaner. He was also in Drop. He was the guy in Drop. He's the guy in Housemaid. He's fine. I'll never remember his name. And Amanda Siegfried just acts circles around Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney is not good at this. And I don't think she's a terrible actress. Like, she's great in Euphoria. Like, she is that made her famous, and she's great playing that character. But most other, I saw that one last year with Glenn Powell, rom-com she tried to do, and she just is not. I take it back. She's not a good actress.
She was in Madam Web. I saw that one. It was
I
not
did
good.
Yeah. She just isn't very good. She delivers a line that is just laughably bad how she delivers it. And Amanda Seyfried is just killing it, you know. So I was ready for that movie to be over. And I didn't hate it. This is just too long.
I guess she'll keep getting work though.
Yeah. I'll probably keep seeing stuff she said. Okay, I'm not 100% sure how to say the name of this movie. I can't believe you didn't watch it. It must not be easy to watch. I think it might be on Mubi. So when you get your Mubi subscription for $1, it seems like a movie that we would have the most difference between. People I've, follow reviewers and stuff, they liked this quite a bit. It's about there's a construction project that's looming over a small town baseball field. A pair of New England rec league teams face off for the last time. And so these guys play every week. It's just like, guys our age or a little, different, all adult ages or whatever. It's a rec league, and they're playing, and there's fans that take it super seriously and like have scored every game. And there's, it's just so I think I would love this. And people watched it, loved it. And it was so meandering and not what I wanted it to be. I wanted just something more than what they were given. Like, I love baseball. I love the idea of people loving baseball, just doing it because of this, and they get to be together and just talk baseball and be baseball. I mean, I spend so much time baseball, and it's like, so I was like, sign me up for this, and it just didn't work for me. Like, I was pretty bored by it. I wasn't prepared for what it really was, and I may give it another chance someday. But this, as far as the other people that liked it, this is I didn't get it. And where it was overhyped for me by people that I respect, and I just didn't get it. So I was pretty upset because I was like, ooh, this is gonna be something nobody heard of, and I loved it, and it's special, and it's just not for me.
Well, was it?
Wow, I even have Happy Gilmore 2 over that. What were you gonna say? Did you ever hear of it?
You didn't say the title.
IFUS?
Oh yeah, I heard of it. I didn't hear that much about it, but I heard the name.
Yeah, EEPHUS. And I like
EFUS, I would guess.
EFUS, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would recommend it to someone that loves baseball to watch. Like, we were gonna do a baseball, movie draft or whatever. I still would want to do something like that. It's like, so I was excited to find this, and I mean, like I said, I might watch it again because there's things about it I really liked. I loved the idea of what they were doing and like taking this rec league seriously, and you got the young guys and the old guys, and I don't know, just didn't work for me. Happy Gilmore 2, I don't even know how it's this high. I did not like this freaking movie at all. Did you? I'm sure you guys watched it.
Yeah, I forgot about it. I actually didn't have it on my list. But I liked it. I mean, I thought it was fine. I thought it was fine.
So bad.
I expected it to be, I guess, worse. But I thought, that's a movie I've seen 1,000,000 times. I remember seeing it multiple times in theaters because I was probably in junior high when it came out, and we went to the movies all the time because we didn't have anything else to do. But no, I had, I thought it was funny. It was one of those sequels where they kind of replayed the same thing. But it's been 30 years, so
But
it was
just a different. Well, it's like they threw so much money at this movie, and it looks terrible compared to the first movie.
Yeah,
like I just don't understand.
Yeah,
I had a kind of a positive experience because the trailer looked so bad. I thought I was going to hate it. The trailer was the same jokes, or look how old he is, or like really bad physical comedy. Like the trailer made me think, uh-oh. And then I watched it like, hey, that wasn't half bad.
Yeah.
And it had a little bit of a family message with his daughter. Like it had a nice heart to it. It wasn't just fart jokes and stuff. So
right.
I got enough out of it. It pales compared to the first one, obviously, but it wasn't egregiously bad.
I think it surprised me a little bit, what plot there was, because it was kind of like, oh, I didn't expect that to go that way. And then I like the little end tribute he had, walking down the road, Chris Farley, Tommy Boy. I thought that was nice. So yeah, I was good with it.
Well, maybe I would have enjoyed it more if I could have watched it in a theater with people. Comedies are hard at home. Like, if you're sitting there watching a comedy by yourself, which I probably did watch this with Nick, but it was like, so I don't know what its excuse is, but comedies by yourself don't work. Like, so a theater full of people, it definitely makes a big difference, or even watching with somebody else. And this one wasn't funny anyway, so.
I think we get so few comedies anymore. Like
I agree.
They've all went away. Like I don't have any problem watching them at home by myself. I can still laugh and have a great time.
I agree. I can too, but it's not the same if you're sitting there. You laugh more if somebody else is there.
Yeah, I understand your point. Yeah, if there's somebody you can laugh together, somebody to share the experience with. I get that, the humor. But yeah, I mean, definitely for sure, make more comedies.
Yeah. And people would have went to the theater. I just like this. Just happened to be on streaming. Netflix is going to ruin everything. Ruin everything. Anyway, good times. The Luckiest Man in America. That was about Paul Walter Hauser and Walt Goggins. They're doing the pressure luck thing where the guy went on there and had everything timed up for the whammies. And this is the dramatization of that. And you didn't see this or know what I'm talking about? Did you see it came out? But it's so weird. And it's too long, and they're trying, make a big thing about this guy's life, and it's just absurd what they made. But I would rather watch the documentary, which there probably is one out there, but it should have just been a documentary because this was weird. Minecraft, juggernaut of this year, it's crazy.
That one you have to watch in theaters. Get popcorn thrown on you.
Yeah, that was the craziest experience in the theater this year because I saw it, preview, like the night before opening night, and none of that crap had happened yet. And it happened. And, as I was sitting there and, all these people were prepared to be acting a fool, and I did not know it was about to happen. So quite an experience. I did enjoy the experience, and the people yelling in the parking lot even afterwards, just like crazy. That was a crazy week. But the movie wasn't that great. It wasn't terrible. Wasn't terrible. Saw the remake of War of the Roses called The Roses. The original. I don't know if you guys ever saw Michael Douglas.
I remember the first one being a thing.
Danny DeVito, Kathleen.
Yeah.
What's her name?
I was way too young to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that movie was all right. It was like the whole movie they're trying to kill each other basically, and this movie
was not that. I watched like Ooh,
Not
a little bit.
80% of this movie is not that.
Okay,
Like,
yeah, I didn't get
they
to that
finally
point.
get there. They finally get there. But I didn't. Ugh. My notes is it's supposed to take 4 tries to finish this because that's how many times I had to sit down to get through it because it just.
Yeah,
So you just gave up after the first.
I just gave up on the first try.
Not me. I'm gonna try to finish it. I did quit on some stuff, I'm sure. But let's see. So Avatar, Fire and Ash, and whatever. I'm so over Avatar. So Frankenstein. This was almost I didn't get it. There's some beautiful stuff in this movie, but I could not make myself care much. I thought Jacob Elordi did good. This is up for Best Picture. So that's insane, but it looks great. It looks great, but the stories he really made some choices, and I don't know. Did you watch this, Jordan?
Yeah, I had it at 19, toward the top of good enough. Like, again, it's prestigious. It looks nice. It's all practical sets and the makeup. It's not a bunch of CGI nonsense. So there's some real craftsmanship behind it. Oscar Isaac was very interesting choice. We've seen that Dr. Frankenstein character a million times, but this was more flamboyant. He was more like a rock star scientist kind of thing. So that was an interesting take. Mia Goth, super good. Christoph Waltz, super good. But yeah, it just didn't click with me the way it has with some. That gothic romance, I could see why people would dig that. I don't know, it just didn't wow me.
Yeah. Guillermo del Toro's like a little hit or miss with me. Sometimes I love Nightmare Alley, and but I didn't care for this too much. The Lost Bus. Paul Greengrass, Apple TV movie. He did Born Identity. This is inspired by a true story. Bus caught in a wildfire, trying to get help. School bus driver Matthew McConaughey comes through. You get on that bus, and people were raving about this, like how much better it was than they thought it was going to be, and I disagree. What's something called The Threesome? Sounded interesting. Zoe Deutsch was the only person I knew. Oh no, or there was other people I knew of, but she was the main girl, one of the girls. It was fine. Nothing spectacular. Okay. Predator, Killer of Killers. One of Dan Trachtenberg's Predators he's been making. This was the animated one that went to Hulu. And this was not bad. I liked it fine. It had some cool I like the first. It's like, wasn't it like several different stories? It was like him fighting all these different fights through history or something.
Yeah, different periods of history.
Yeah, I thought the first one was really cool. And he was fighting somebody with a shield. And I remember thinking that was so cool with some of the stuff they were doing. It's just like sometimes I'm just not wowed. It's not as exciting to me if it's animated. Something like that. I just feel like you can do anything with animation. It's like sometimes it seems too easy. But didn't blow me away.
Yeah, I had it at 21, right below Frankenstein.
Yeah. The Family McMullen. Anybody ever watched Brothers McMullen back in the day? I remember Edward Burns. I think I saw the Brothers McMullen first. And I was like, what is this? Like this, it was just he had a different, he had his own style of that 90s movie. And, and he was like, it was very like him and, the dad from Frasier played it. played his dad, and um, Michael McGlone plays his brother. It's the only thing I've ever seen that guy is playing this guy's brother. But I remember, like, I really liked the way they were, yelling at each other all the time or whatever. Just something about uh, that movie. I was like, oh, this is good. Well, then they either before or after that was another movie. It was like almost like a second try at the concept, or they, it was like, or they, they made a thing. They all had the same roles, but it was like it was related but unrelated to the movie. I don't know, but called She's the One. It had Jennifer Aniston maybe, and um yeah, what is it? I have to look. Sorry. Yeah, Jennifer Aniston and Cameron Diaz, and it was those same guys, Leslie Mann, Amanda P. Like, that was a bigger hit, I think. And I remember really liking that movie too. And anyway, this is just him. They're making like a reunion movie. Like, where are they at 25 years later? This family, McMullen. And so it wasn't great. It's, but it was a little nostalgic. So it got me with the nostalgia for that, because I liked those movies a million years ago. They'd probably be really scandalous now, just like it. Yeah, I'm sure they were very politically incorrect at the time, or for nowadays. Den of Thieves, Pantera. Watched that at the beginning of last year. I liked the first one, didn't care for the second one. It's fine. There's things I like, but not worth talking about. Saw The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. That was in theaters briefly. We went and saw it. It was Daffy Duck and Porky Pig. I never was much of a. Those weren't headliners for me. Like, Bugs Bunny you go see, but
That's a movie star.
yeah, but this was pretty good. It didn't blow me away, but it was neat to be seeing a Looney Tunes movie on the big screen. So we were glad to do it. We'd go to another one. Supposedly we're going to get one. The Gorge on Apple. There's monsters in that gorge. It was kind of funny. There was some funny stuff in there. 2 snipers on each side of the gorge. One of you guys watched that, surely. The
Yeah, I
Gorge?
had it at 31. I remember liking it, but I don't remember enough about it. It didn't stick in my mind well enough beyond the high concept.
Right. Yeah, I don't either. But I remember there being like little details I liked, but I can't remember any of them.
Miles Teller, Anya Taylor-Joy, Sigourney Weaver.
Oh, they had I had to go look at my thing, but it's like people would write quotes on the wall and write them, and put their name underneath it. But they weren't their quotes; they were famous quotes. These snipers would write a famous quote on the wall, and mine was, "You miss 100% of the shots you don't take." Wayne Gretzky, Michael Scott. That was my review. It was just like, that's what it looked like to me. It was ridiculous. And I couldn't believe that that's what they were doing. Mickey 17, Bong Joon-ho movie. I was really excited for last year. And I might give it another chance. I almost watched it the other day. I was like, I should give this another chance because, it wasn't quite what I was wanting at the time, but, thought I should try it again because there were some neat things that were in that movie. There really were some neat concepts about just, how workers are just abused. Yeah, I don't know. Did you watch this? What did you think of it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I had it at 17, just outside my top 15 there, right at the top of the good enough category. Again, I like the social commentary aspect of it. I loved Mark Ruffalo and Toni Collette as the rich villains who are, barely disguised, concepts of what's going on in the real world. And I gave Robert Pattinson a nomination for Best Comedic Performance because he's doing multiple characters, he's differentiating them between each other, and just he pulled it off really well. So I gave him a nomination for that.
Right, in this level here, I've got Jay Kelly.
I don't want to be here anymore, Jerry. I want to leave the party.
Jay Kelly, so handsome. Look at you. You're the American dream. The last of the old movie stars.
I'm down here.
You're up there, you're down here, you're in here. We did this together.
See you, Dad. I'm leaving on Saturday for Paris.
This is your last summer. It'll be so lonely here without you.
No, it won't. You're never alone.
Really? I think I'm always alone. Thanks a lot. Thinking about her leaving, I feel like I missed it.
We need you now. Jay's having a nervous breakdown.
It's bad. It's really, really bad.
Jay, where are we going?
Meg, where are we going?
France.
France.
France?
Stars,
Is that Jay Kelly?
they come and go.
Pardon, mais c'est Jay Kelly.
They come fast, they come slow.
When I look at you, I see my whole life.
They go like the last light of the sun.
I don't know who to be mad at, but I'm finding myself being very mad at you, Ron.
Be mad at me, Liz. The train was my idea.
That's the problem. I'm not allowed to be mad at you.
All you see is glory.
Lately, I feel like my life doesn't really feel real. Suddenly remembering things. And what is that?
Memory?
That's like a movie where I'm playing myself.
Noah Baumbach movie, basically about George Clooney. There were little things in this. I didn't hate it. I like watching it, but it's so it's the most out of touch feeling movie. Like,
yeah,
I
hated it.
It's just like, yeah, it's just two rich person problems to the crazy degree, but I also like, okay, I do really value, obviously, the art of making movies. So for them to have it, to not be worried about the rich and poor thing and just think about their legacy and, wanting, to, seeing how their life defined by the movies they made, and that's all people think of them and all that. It's neat ideas to talk about. I just think some of the way it was presented, some of it was just too obnoxious, I guess.
Yeah,
would be my complaint.
Yeah, this was the very bottom. I mean, this was the worst movie for me this past year. So, if we had a category for worst moment, it was George Clooney in his pure white suit running through the Italian forest. It was just like, this is ridiculous.
Well, that's symbolism. He's lost in the woods.
Oh no!
I'm just saying that.
Terrible.
I'm just saying that was supposed to be a very obnoxious point they were making at the time.
Yeah, it was obnoxious.
There was neat little things they did, and I liked some of what Adam Sandler was doing. He's a really good actor, but he kept saying puppy, and it just did not work for me at all. I was like, quit calling everybody puppy. It's like, because some of the stuff he was doing was really good. And I like the end, I like the end. There's one very last thing that Clooney says, and kind of saw it coming because of how the movie starts, but the really just people watching his movies, and it's him, it's clips from his movies, and that was a kind of cool, to see some of the movies they picked. It wasn't like they picked just the coolest things of him. They picked really, interesting stuff from his career, And him looking at people, watching that stuff is like, it kind of makes you take stock of, even if it takes you out of the movie, is like, but still, it's George Clooney. It's basically about him. It's like, you can kind of like think back, think, wow, that you did do something with your life, you created art, but I don't know.
I've just gotten that same vibe from every Noah Baumbach movie. I remember seeing Squid and the Whale when it first came out, his kind of breakthrough movie about a wealthy family, and everyone's kind of sad. And it was like, that was such a good movie. And then every movie after that is like, rich people have it hard too, guys. And it's like, read the room, man. That's not working.
Yeah.
Try something else. I do like.
But yeah, it just felt like it feels like one of those awards, prestige movies where they're trying to get an award, and like that's always so obvious, and it's like, yeah, this ain't it for you, George. Sorry.
Right, not gonna happen. I have the Smashing Machine here. This was the movie that we were anticipating. Here's Benny Safdie gonna get The Rock to do something, not jumping from a skyscraper or, just going for the box office. Actually tried to do some acting and, do an indie movie, basically. And that's what it was. And I was pretty impressed. I thought he did a good job. It's just the movie was not that great. Like I mean, he looked great, and it's been a while since that came out, so I don't remember a lot about it, but it's like, yeah, Emily Blunt was just such the cookie cutter wife, and that was kind of annoying, and the ending's just like ridiculous, like we're gonna spoil some stuff. This is whatever. But whatever the guy that he's playing, Mark
Kerr.
Yeah. It's like that, and they show that guy going to the grocery store and acting like, wow, look at this guy. People don't even know. They don't even know that I'm Mark Kerr. And it's like, yeah, who the F knows who Mark? I mean, I've heard of you, but you think I'm going to recognize you on the street or give a crap? I don't give a crap now. I just watched a movie about you. It's like he's just like sheepishly, haha, look at me. I'm right here. I was like, what? That's stupid. Go away.
Yeah, I had that's exactly one slot above Jay Kelly. It was like similar, like, we're going to win awards with this one, guys. Like, you can smell it. Like, you can smell it, like the Rock is cooking it. You can smell it, how obvious.
Boy, you went right in that.
That
was good.
You can, right, that, like, the prestige movie that's just there for awards. It just feels like what that is. And now, if I cared at all about the UFC, that's probably a more interesting story. There's very early days when they're figuring it out and they're first becoming superstars. Could be interesting. I don't care about that aspect of it. But yes, Dwayne Johnson, this is one of the first times he kind of felt like he morphed into the role. He wasn't just playing The Rock. He didn't have the same tattoos in every role. He was a little more submersed into this character. But yeah, my review was about Emily Blunt, and the SNL character they did was every boxer's girlfriend from every boxing movie. I'm taking the kids to my sisters. That, like, it's the same character. Every fighter in every movie marries the same woman.
I'd recommend, if you want to watch those two in a different movie, The Jungle Book.
Jungle Cruise or something. What is
Jungle Cruise? Sorry, yeah, Jungle Book. That's different Disney.
Wow. I'll teach you about Disney.
Thanks. Somebody needs to.
Yeah. This is a little low compared to some of the movies I'm going to say after this, so I probably should have waited, but I'll forget about it. Downton Abbey, the grand finale. I don't know if that actually means that's the last one of those they're making, but if you watch Downton Abbey series, they made several, full-length movies to continue the story over the last 10 years. And
I would say that feels like forever ago.
Right. Well, they've made several movies since the series ended, and I've watched them all. So has Jared Leto. But they've all been fine. This one was also fine. It's, whatever. They finally have to leave that stupid place. It wasn't anything great. Omaha. I honestly don't even know if this movie's out yet. I don't think it is, but I saw it at Sundance last January. It's just freaking sad. It's just a sad, sad, sad movie. There's like, what's that guy's name? Freaking John Majaro. You would know him if you saw him. He's like, what was he in? He was in First Cow. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. He's been in a lot of stuff, but he's always just one of those other guys. Anyway, he's driving his kids. Basically, he lost his job, and he's hitting the road with his kids and the dog, and just like almost, it's like that. It's just about the economy and stuff. He has no job, and he losing their home, and they just leave in the car, and it's like, what are we gonna do? And he's trying to keep the kids, not knowing how bad it is, and it escalates into just the saddest stuff you could think of. And I don't know. It's misery. It's a miserable movie. I don't know. You'll probably watch it someday, so I don't want to spoil it, but get ready to be sad.
Oh, you've hyped me up.
Get ready to be sad. Oh, it's sad. It's worth watching, for sure. It's a Sundance movie. F1, the Apple movie that is somehow, this is something sketchy going on. This is somehow nominated for Best Picture. Or the Oscars. Oh my God. There's some great racing sounds and stuff on there. And if you know or don't know anything about F1, that does, like I do, and it does a good enough job of not making you go, well, that's not right. It does a good enough job to please both sides, I think. Even if some of it's a little ridiculous. But other than that, it is not very good. I don't know if anybody's like, this movie's great, you're crazy. It's not. It's got some not good dialogue, and just not a lot of stuff happens that even matters. And I've just seemed like a bunch of nothing to me. I was pretty disappointed. I watched the Thursday Murder Club, popular book series. People in a old folks home solving mysteries. I think I bought the first book, and then I never got around to reading it. And then, there's a movie on Netflix. I'll just watch the movie here. A pretty good cast. Ben Kingsley, Helen Mirren, Pierce Brosnan, David Tennant. Richard E. Grant. It was fine. Directed by Christopher Columbus. Yeah. Wasn't great. It was fine. It was a Netflix movie. Also fine. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. About the making of the album Nebraska, and him trying to be, Jeremy Allen White trying to be Bruce Springsteen.
Very intense.
Driving a lot, thinking a lot. It was, he did pretty good. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I thought it was fine.
There's a lot of the intense thinking, that biopic, stuff. And he's got to think to make this album. And so, there's been complaints about always brooding stuff. What's a pretty brooding album, so I give him some leeway. You know, like, I don't know. You got to go through it to make that kind of music. Karate Kid Legend. What? We got?
Dewey Cox taught us that. You got to think about your whole life.
That's right. He did. Karate Kid Legends. A little disappointed in this also. There was that trailer that had the little drums from Karate Kid 2 got me in the theater. I just wanted the drums. Just do something. Just sprinkle it in there. It wasn't terrible. I liked the Josh Jackson stuff in it.
That was kind of a surprise to me, where like the kid is training the adult in this one. Like that's
I like that.
What a twist!
I thought that was cute. I mean, there wasn't much else to get excited about. I didn't think Jackie Chan did anything, and I did, you know, and I keep on calling Ralph Mouth, but Ralph Macchio, they were like whatever. I didn't care. Neither of them was doing anything, and the fight was kind of video gamey or something, you know, that stuff. And I don't know.
Whole like it felt like, you know, we're fighting on a rooftop and we were streaming it to, you know, it was just kind of weird. But I like the kid.
Yeah, the kid's innocent.
Win and as his mom, that was some good stuff.
Yeah,
there, but
it started out good and then just whatever. Wasn't terrible, but it was nonsense.
I had it at 30 again, pretty middle of the pack.
Yeah. Tron Ares.
It's like most overhyped movie for me this year.
All right. Yeah.
Who was hyping?
Yeah, who
was? I was.
Oh, Disney.
That's not what that means. You can't. I didn't get what I thought about it. You know. It was basically a 2-hour-long Nine Inch Nails video, and I saw it, you know, in the theaters, and it looked freaking cool as hell, and so I was fine with it.
My favorite, to spoil it a little bit, my favorite part of the movie was when it looked like the original Tron movie, when it was all the retro stuff.
That was just Jared Leto wanting to get to do that. Yeah, I guarantee he said, I got to get to go into the old stuff. My favorite part was every time Jared Leto disintegrated.
Yeah. Yeah, I did not care about him, but I
love the bike stuff.
I'll just watch that as a GIF and get enough.
Yeah.
All the bike light cycle stuff was awesome. Like, that was cool.
Yeah.
I'm not a big enough fan of the original to really wanted to see this. I felt like I would have needed to rewatch the last one from 20 years ago, and I didn't really feel like that, so I just never got around.
You don't need to.
No, I didn't rewatch it.
No, it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad, but it was this level here. I think Jared Leto's days of getting to make stuff like this are over, because
only 5 or 6 more chances, Jared Leto.
Right.
That's been in the works.
Bomb in a movie.
But that's been in the works of some contract thing for like almost a decade, till they finally, you know, he doesn't have the clout he did a decade ago. What's the movie called? Sovereign? Sad. Another sad one, guys. But this is Nick Offerman and Jacob Tremblay and Dennis Quaid. But this is about a guy who, you know, Nick Offerman's basically says is a sovereign citizen or whatever. He's basically, you know, his own country, and that one of those guys, and, you know, just against the man, and he's basically just brainwashing his kid into, you know, defying being a part of real life, and it's freaking sad. I won't spoil it. If you ever want to feel sad, watch it. I mean, I think they both do a good job in it. I enjoy the movie. It's up here at the, you know, higher end of the whatever movies, and but it's a tough watch. Die My Love, Lynn Ramsey movie. This is that one with Jennifer Lawrence and Robert Pattinson, and they move out in the country, and she gets pregnant, and basically it's about her postpartum depression out there, and it's like awards bait type movie, but it still was interesting. It was interesting, and she did do some good stuff in it. Gave you that Rose Byrne movie. We'll get there. That vibe, but not quite that level. The Running Man. I love a Stephen King adaptation, and man, we've been getting tons of them. A lot of ones this year that I've been waiting on, and really love to see people's interpretations. This Edgar Wright. I mean, man.
Yeah, this feels like a disappointment to you to be maybe down this low. I
Oh, yeah.
assume you were hoping for a higher.
Oh yeah, and it's not bad either. It really goes nuts at the end, though. It's just nuts. It doesn't feel very Edgar Wright to me. Like, it's just not. It doesn't get there for me. I thought Glenn Powell was fine, and it's a mix. What it is, it way more follows the book than the Arnold movie, but it also has a bunch of the Arnold movie in it. It's like a mix of the two.
I like the Arnold movie.
Yeah, but did you see this?
No.
Okay,
I don't know who Glenn Powell is. I've never seen him in anything.
He's everywhere, but
where's he come from? Like, was he on TV or something? I don't know who
I'll tell you one problem. Everything he's in, he wears he changes his face and stuff. He was in that Chad Powers show.
I think I've avoided everything he's in, like, on purpose now.
Well, let me just see here. What is it? He's very famous.
Conventionally handsome, bland movie star guy. You can just.
He was in Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick. So
Nope.
that was the first place I saw him. He was in Hitman on Netflix. He was in Twisters. He was the cowboy in Twisters. You just haven't seen any of this stuff. Anyway, whatever. He's fine. He's perfectly likable, and I thought he was not the problem. Like, he did fine. He played clearly Edgar Wright said, be an angry guy. And he was very angry in this movie. It was pretty good for a while, but it jumps short. Okay, this is a movie there's no way you've heard of. I just stumbled onto this. It's called Griffin in Summer. And it's this kid who I'm pre-calling it here that he could possibly have a chance of being something, because he just really impressed me in this movie. He plays like a theater type kid. He's a playwright. He writes plays in his basement instead of doing anything a normal kid would do. And he's basically putting on a play. It's absurd. He's trying to put on a very serious adult play with the neighborhood kids. And they're just like doing it because he's like bossing them around. They want to be in his play, but they're having to, like, one's an alcoholic and one's, he's just very adult acting. And there's some neat stuff in it, and there's neat ideas. I just think he gave a good performance, and he was in a movie at the beginning of this year called The Plague that I can't wait to watch because people said it was good and the kids in it were good. And I was like, well, I recognize that kid. So I bet he's what they thought was good. So his name is Everett Blunk. I don't know. I don't know. It was fine. It was pretty good. But I was more interested in just the actor after I saw it. Freakier Friday, Cliff. You didn't see this in theaters. I thought for sure your butt. All you talk about. You're a freakier Friday guy or whatever.
Yeah, I like the first.
I love it.
Lindsay Lohan, the first one, but I still haven't seen this.
Are you serious? Is it not on Disney Plus or something?
Yeah, it is. I think we turned it. I think we may have actually.
That's insane.
Turned it on a couple times and then walked out of the room.
A fraud. I didn't think like that is you're a fraud. Like that's your thing. Well, your favorite movies ever, and then you talk about waiting on the sequel. Couldn't wait for you. This was probably your most anticipated sequel.
No, it wasn't my most
anticipated. What? Let's go back. I'll roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Maybe Cliff is just an independent thinker who's not sold into this Hollywood idea that everything has to be a legacy sequel, reboot.
Yeah,
remake.
right. Yeah, right. It wasn't bad. It wasn't great. I didn't really honestly like the idea of what they did for their whole freakiness. I was like, I don't know why you're even doing it like this, but okay. It was whatever. It was the first one as far as I'm concerned. I like the Jodie Foster one. So, Blue Moon, Richard Linklater movie. Of course, with Ethan Hawke. This is his thing where he's playing Lorenz Hart. It's all set in this bar. He's celebrating opening night of Oklahoma. And it's just him talking for the whole movie, playing this character. But it has a little, it's fine. He does a good job. I didn't like it as much as I was hoping to. But he was just like, the guy's this great writer and wrote Blue Moon, the song. And there's a guy playing piano in the piano bar that he's sitting and talking. And I recognized every song this guy played. And Nick was like, "You are so old." Like the guy would just play a few notes. And I'm like singing the song, It was like, it's just my mom and me. Like, obviously she'd play these songs all the time or something, It was just in my brain. So I enjoyed it for that. And I enjoyed his performance, but it's a bit much. Let's see. Where are we at? A lot of movies. Probably about halfway if you've got any of your lower ones I missed, but or you could hold out because I may not have just got to them yet.
Yeah, I'm guessing you haven't seen these. The bottom of my list. Yeah, I can burn off the bottom. My number 51 was The Squatchers.
Yeah,
Direct to streaming.
I missed that one.
Direct to streaming, no budget Bigfoot comedy. Would not recommend it to anyone but me. Number 50, Wolfman. So this was Lee Winnell, kind of an acclaimed director. Christopher Abbott and Julia Garner, kind of a take on the, modernized take on the Wolfman mythos, but the curse is actually trauma from parental neglect and all this stuff. And it was like the first 15 minutes were pretty solid. It's a flashback to when he was a kid and hunting with his dad, and something's in the woods and they're trying to get away from it. And it was really scary and tense. And then the whole movie becomes, my dad, really neglected me. It's like, well, he was busy hunting a wolf man. What do you expect? Like, he had bigger fish to fry. I could not get into this movie at all. 49. I'm guessing you didn't see this one. Fountain of Youth, the Apple TV movie. John Krasinski and Natalie Portman as brother and sister adventurers.
That was another one I quit on.
Yeah.
Did not get very far into it. I was like, what?
Very generic Indiana Jones type adventure movie. Just didn't hold my interest. Number 48, The Comic Shop. Another no budget indie movie I just happened to see and fit my interest. It's about a guy who wanted to be a comic book artist but failed at it and opened a shop instead. And it was him learning the lesson that owning a comic book store is a terrible plan B of a life, and you shouldn't You should actually follow your dreams and not be a slave idiot running a comic book store.
Yeah, where did you watch that?
It was on Prime, I believe.
I remember you saying you logging that months ago, and I meant to watch it. I wanted to watch it. Most of these movies you're saying are, and I assume there will be more. I kind of use you as a crutch sometimes, and other people, that's one thing great about reviews. If you see everybody saying this isn't good, I just don't watch it. There was a lot, people trashed The Fountain of Youth, people trashed The Wolfman, and I was like, well, okay, I'm just going to learn from their watching it. I'll watch something else.
I didn't hate Comic Shop, but it's very niche. I wouldn't recommend it.
That was one I would have enjoyed.
But had Eric Roberts in it was the biggest name. He had like a 2-minute cameo. So that dude will be in any. And the last in my meh category was kind of prestigious. Ron Howard movie, Eden. Just didn't work for me. I was pretty interested in seeing this. This was Jude Law and Vanessa Kirby, 100 years ago, moved to some island, and he becomes famous. You're writing philosophy on this island, and leaving mankind behind, and living, in solitude. And so Daniel Bruhl and Sydney Sweeney moved to the island, because they're fans of this guy and want to learn to live like he does. And he's like, "Oh God, people." I was like, "Yep, I get it. Neighbors are awful," but it just. Ana de Armas is in it too, as this, she's trying to turn the island into a vacation home, and it just there's some real star power. Ron Howard's good, but it just did not amount to anything. It was just.
Yeah, that's it. Great. That is one definitely. The reason I didn't watch this is because you just didn't like it.
So those are my 5 do not recommends. Everything above this I thought was watchable, good enough, obviously. So right 46 was Megan 2.0. This is the sequel. It was such a cult viral hit when that movie came out. So they do what sequels do and took it and cranked it up a notch and did more with it. So I said the first movie is a haunted doll movie, like classic horror trope, worked well. It did the TikTok dances, was a big hit. And then this one, they did the Terminator 2 thing. We have to make her the hero. There's an even worse AI out there, and we have to have Megan save the day. So it's again, some good moments, but it just didn't have the hook of the original. So, yeah. Number 44, I would have guessed you'd already said this on your list. The Amateur, Rami Malek movie.
I'm getting real close.
Oh, okay. So I'll skip just watch this one this week, Borderline. This was Samara Weaving as a pop star, and Ray Nicholson, Jack's son, is a stalker who's a crazy person and thinks he's going to marry her. So it turns into this weird comedy horror movie of him breaking into her house and trying to stage a wedding. And it just kind of goes off the rails. Fun. It had some good moments, but yeah, a little further down my list. 41, another one I watched this week, Havoc. This is the Tom Hardy movie.
Yeah, it's the guy that did The Raid.
The Raid movie. So yeah, the action is top notch. Kind of cliche cop story. There's the politician. There's some crooked cops, some crooked politicians and stuff. But yeah, there's a couple really good action scenes in this one, and I think probably sets a record for most bullets used in a movie, except for maybe Saving Private Ryan or something. Because everyone who fires a gun just it's just an automatic spraying everywhere. It's how do you carry that many bullets on you? It's crazy. But again, just the action is solid. Forrest Whitaker, Timothy Olyphant, Luis Guzman. So yeah, some good moments, but just didn't quite live up to me. And this one had so much potential. The football movie, Him, Marlon Wayans movie. I could have really liked this movie, but it just, I don't know, it kind of failed on both fronts because the trailer, because it was produced by Jordan Peele, so there was kind of that, it's some twisty horror movie. But then the first 3/4 of the movie is basically, I'm sure you've seen the trailer. It's like Whiplash for football. It's this guy, the young, Marlon Wayans is the greatest quarterback of all time, has a bunch of Super Bowl rings, but he's about to retire. So this new draft pick, Tariq Withers, is coming to the league, and he's going to be the next Marlon Wayans. So he goes to his compound to train, and it's kind of torturous of like what he puts him through to become the best football player. So like, okay, that's a movie. But then by the end, it gets real weird and almost supernatural. And so that's a movie. But like putting them, like if you're a big football fan who wanted to see kind of a rough and tumble football movie, it wasn't that. But if you're a creepy horror, crazy, out there fan, you would have been bored to tears by the first part of the movie. So there's some interesting stuff about football in America, and it's our religion, and what we sacrifice to the gods of football and all this stuff. So there's some interesting stuff there, but it's two movies that don't quite gel together, and I don't think it made a fan of whatever you're a fan of. It didn't work for you. And above that, I had the Netflix movie The Electric State, Joe and Anthony Russo. This was Chris Pratt and Millie Bobby Brown. I feel like this one benefited me. I didn't watch it till way after it came out, because every review on Letterboxd was like, they spent how much money on this? The budget was what? So like that must have been the narrative around the time it came out, was how much this costs for a Netflix streaming movie. And by the time I saw it, I didn't know any of that stuff. So it was like, yeah, it was fine. Like it was an interesting sci-fi movie about robots.
Yeah,
so
I didn't get all the hate on that. Yeah.
Well, I love The Raid, but the talk around Havoc was no one was super excited about it, so I didn't watch it. And I wasn't excited to watch him, but also I didn't see anybody that liked that movie, and so I didn't watch it. And then that Electric State, like, I don't even think she's that really a good actress, and I'm about Chris Pratted out, so I wasn't gonna watch that. So.
I nominated Anthony Mackie for best voice performance as Herman the robot. He kind of made the movie for me. The little sidekick robot. He was really good as that. And the CGI was good. Like the robot design was cool. Yeah,
the robots were the best part for me. I agree. Like, I thought they looked kind of cool. It was a little, the caricatures of, these wild Mr. Peanut and stuff, and it was fine. Didn't love it, but
Chris Pratt makes AI movies now, and we got, gotta love AI. Save it. You good for that level, or?
Got a couple more there, probably.
All right.
35. Yeah. Honey, Don't.
Oh, yeah. Cohen I didn't. You said, Honey, Don't. I saw your review. Like, I won't.
Again, it's watchable. It's got some quirkiness. It's got that Cohen quirkiness. Margaret Qualley and Audrey Plaza are electric. Chris Evans is hilarious. But, like, it's like a quirky crime movie that just, like, all of a sudden ends. Like, he's setting up these dominoes, and then by the third act, it's like, and then it's like, what? It had potential again, but it just didn't pay off. And then right above that, I had Opus. This was the...
You said this wasn't good. I didn't watch it. Yeah, I would have watched so many more movies this year, except you were like, this isn't great. And I didn't watch them. I was just like, I don't have to watch that.
I had both those as like C+, basically. So that's like slightly above average.
Yeah.
So that was.
I'm also basing it on I didn't want to watch them. Like, none of these movies looked good to me, so I was like, oh, good, I don't have to watch it.
So that was John Malkovich as this genius musician who's disappeared for years, and he's putting out a new album finally. And he lives on a compound out in the desert, and he's a crazy eccentric genius. And they send Ayo Edebiri out as a journalist to cover. She'll be one of the first people to hear this new album. and it gets into weird cult-like territory, and it gets weird, and I liked the weirdness of it. It was a little bit trippy. Juliette Lewis and Amber Midthunder as well. So I thought it was worth a watch, but just didn't. Just again, we're just about the just slightly above average territory here.
All right, we got way too far to go. We're at 51.
You guys got to watch fewer movies next year. This takes way too long.
Well, I'm definitely watching fewer next year, I guess, because it's next year already. Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Oh, okay. Deep breath. Number 51. Naked Gun. This was, I love The Naked Gun. Like, the original, the sequels, Enrico Palazzo.
Yeah.
We saw this, I think, when we were at Gen Con. Saw it with a crowd. And
I did not see this, but Liam Neeson just felt like the wrong choice here.
I disagree. Like, I think it was I remember thinking it was a perfect choice. And I think he did exactly what I expected him to do. Like, he did a good job. He played it straight, and he said the ridiculous lines, and it's extra funny because he's the one saying it. But I just don't think the jokes were that great. And people seem to, it's just it's a science. And if you don't have the right alchemy, it does not work. Those original movies work.
Yeah.
And this one just did not work for me for the most part. And I cannot define what the problem is. I just think things make different people laugh. So I'm not saying they blew it. There were things that were funny in it. I laughed, but I just didn't love it like I wanted to because I love the franchise. But I thought of a couple people this year. One guy that's been on my mind since I saw this movie. Left the theater. Have you seen this, Jordan?
Yes.
He left the theater to go to the bathroom, and when he came back, they were in a shootout with a snowman. And I just keep thinking about that guy. Just like, what was he thinking?
How did we get here?
I really pay attention to that. There's several times this year, but that one in particular, I thought, man, this guy's because when you leave to go to the bathroom, you're desperate anyway. You're like, God, I hope I don't miss anything. I hope it's pretty clear when I come back in what happened. Like, I can see where, and there's no way, there's no way he would know that they had him, three-way just moments ago. Anyway.
Yeah, that's not my favorite franchise. That's not my favorite kind of humor. That rat-a-tat joke a second kind of silliness. So this didn't click with me. I didn't really expect it to, but yeah, there were a couple like the snowman was probably the highlight. I love the coffee gag where every time they walk in a room, somebody hands them a cup of coffee. Yeah. There's some really good moments. And I nominated Pamela Anderson for Best Musical Moment for her scatting at the jazz club, where she has to distract Danny Houston and just goes like Pamela Anderson. I don't know that she's done a lot of comedy, but like she just goes for it in this scene, doing a jazz rat-a-tat doo-da-pa-dee-pa-da-pa-dow scat thing. Sassafras chicken and D and make it extra lumpy, boys.
Yeah, I mean it wasn't bad. We enjoyed ourselves. I wished it was better. There's a lot right. It's a comedy, and there's just so few of them in the theater and stuff. I just wanted it to be. I really had a lot riding on this one. Not as much as Jared Lowe. I think he had that summer movie challenge list. But anyway, okay. At 50, The Materialists. I saw this with a friend, and I don't know. It was strange. It was super strange. Like, this was
Super
Dakota
long.
Johnson. You saw this?
Yes.
What a ridiculous thing to happen.
I was not a big fan of this movie.
I mean, I like the people, Dakota Johnson, Chris Evans, Pedro Pascal. And it's basically, does she go, it's a, love triangle. Does she get swept away by, she doesn't want to live a poor life.
Yeah, she doesn't want to be poor.
With her poor boyfriend. She wants to, so she's like trying to hook people up with, she's like a millionaire matchmaker type thing. She wants to give people dates because that's what she would want. And there's a whole business she made out of it because other people want that too. And so she gets swept off her feet by the rich guy. And it's all just like, which way? Is it going to be love or money, But there is a ridiculous side thing to this that I was like, literally like, oh my God. They are not really doing this. And I was just like, I couldn't believe that that's what they were doing when it was happening. Yeah. I was, Cliff knows what I'm talking about. Yeah. I was just like, is this really happening? It almost like screeches the movie to a halt because you're supposed to take seriously what is happening. Yeah. And it's just fucking stupid. and it just really screeches that movie. It just slams the door. And I was like, I can't believe that
I don't mind a spoiler because I had no interest in this movie.
That they had that someone would read this, that all three of those people read this script and decided that was okay. But I'll spoil it. You've had to play. Yeah, take 30 seconds. There's a joke. There's a thing made. It's not about just being rich. You got to be tall. Okay. And so that they really want tall guys. Okay.
Yeah. The money's not enough. You got to be over big 6 foot. Yeah.
Big news. Chicks like tall guys. Okay. And they make a comment that there's a procedure nowadays that you can guys can become taller. They break their legs. I mean, they're sitting out on like a fire escape at a party talking about this, and it's just an offhand comment.
Yeah.
Because you break your legs and add like 6 inches, and they say it, and she kind of takes it seriously, like, oh, like that. It was nothing. It was totally harmless that this was said and entertained for her business of getting dates. And then later on, she's dating the rich Pedro Pascal, and he's in bed, and he has scars on his legs. And they have a serious fucking scene about the fact that he has had this done.
Changed his life.
Oh my God. And would you have, and he literally stands there in front of her, and she's like, are you saying you had this done? And he's like, and he lowers himself to show how tall he really was. And it's like, what the hell? How are you not laughing as you're doing that? It's supposed to be fucking serious, and it's just a ridiculous thing. Literally, I saw that with a girl I used to work with, and JC was in there at the same time watching it with her friends, and they came out, and I stood there. I went over to him, and we were laughing, and just talking or whatever, and I was like, guys, I have something I gotta confess. And I just started lowering myself. We just laughed at how fucking stupid that was. It was so stupid.
I felt like I spent an entire day watching this movie. It was so slow and long and just drawn out, and I was just like, oh my God, this thing will never end.
This had the worst year this
year. These were not good movies.
Well, it's my 50th.
On top of everything.
This was right halfway for me. This was my 50th favorite movie. I didn't hate it, but that particular twist. That's probably why it's this high, honestly, because it was so ridiculous. Jurassic World, Rebirth. I didn't think this was that bad.
Yeah.
I thought it had some neat things. I thought it was just a fun little adventure. There was things, I was pleasantly surprised, and I thought it was better than any of the Chris Pratt Jurassic Parks. So it was fine.
Yeah, I didn't hate it at all. Saw it in the theater. Because my wife really likes Jurassic Park movies for whatever reason. I'm not much of a fan of them, but I thought it was fine. Like it held my interest. It was a standard. It just felt like a very standard actiony movie. Yeah.
Didn't do
I had it
anything
at
crazy.
29. Wasn't super hyped because of these last couple movies, but I definitely thought it was an improvement over those. And I nominated it for Best Action Moment. The T-Rex river escape was such a good scene.
Yeah.
The girl in the raft and the family
Yeah.
trying to get away from the T-Rex. Excellent
Yeah.
A+ scene in the middle of that movie.
That was good.
Saw.
What?
Oh, sorry.
No, what?
No, I guess I was. I had it a little bit. Yeah, I had it a few above Materialist. So, anyways,
Yeah.
just curious.
Song Sung Blue. This is Hugh Jackman and Kate Hudson. And he's, they are, it's kind of it's based on a true story about these, celebrity impersonators, but they're just a Neil Diamond tribute band. She suggests him, he would be good at it.
I thought it was about Neil Diamond.
No, that's what
I really
about
did.
it. That's what that gives it a chance, as it's not that.
I
So
thought
they
that's
don't
what it
have to.
was.
They're not doing Neil Diamond's life. They're doing the life of this impersonator. So it's you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, the first couple trailers, I was with you, Cliff. I assumed it was just a biopic.
Yeah,
you're not alone. A lot of people thought, but it is still a true story. Like, things happen, and wow, you better like some Neil Diamond. See this movie, because I was really surprised how many freaking songs they sang. Like, I'm glad these guys got to sing their heart out. And like, oh, Hugh Jackman, all he wants to do is sing, and
that's it.
I mean, that's that guy wants to sing.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I bet he sang 50 songs in this movie, like some repeats. Like, it's just like they sang their little hearts out over and over. And I haven't seen Kate Hudson in a long time, and she's got that. She's aged some. She's more in mom mode in this movie, and I thought she did a good job, and stuff. Like, she was a good singer, and she, was just kind of momming it up. I don't know. It was just something about her. I always think of her as younger. She's way more Goldie Hawn now. Yeah. I thought about this guy also that left the theater. He's like, this is my moment. I'm going to get out of here, take a leak. And when he left the theater, it was like just moments later, something very, very shocking happens. That is like, oh my God, this something. And this freaking crazy thing happens in that movie that happened in real life or whatever. And then he fucking came back.
It's a different movie when he came back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He missed the most climactic moment of the movie that unless you knew their true story, you wouldn't know it was going to happen. But it was just like, very shocking. And this guy missed it. And I can't get over how he probably hated himself. Like, he had to watch the rest of that movie knowing he did not get to see what exactly happened. Crazy. Crazy. Oh, those people can't hold it. They can't hold it. I don't. This had been a movie I thought you could get away with going to the bathroom. Just wait till a song starts and go. Wrong. It's fine. A lot of singing. And I like music in movies, but wow, so much. I got the Phoenician Scheme here. Wes Anderson. It might be a little low here. I don't know. I thought, man, I like Wes Anderson movies. This is one that's just like another one to me. It's just another one. I loved that one last year. I had very high Asteroid City or whatever. This one just didn't have that for me. And so what'd you think of it?
I had it at 13, so top 15. Again, I love Wes Anderson. This is not his best movie, but at the end of it, I just got this good feeling of like, I'm glad he gets to make movies.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm sure they don't make a ton of money, but Hollywood has just let him do whatever he wants with whoever he wants and just experiment and make fun movies. So I'm like, I'm glad he's not required. The return on investment is not, so bad for him. He can just do what he wants. And I'm glad, because we'll get another Asteroid City someday.
Yeah.
This wasn't that, but okay.
Yeah, I like usually he can do whatever he wants with whoever, as long as it's the same thing with the same people.
Right. That's what he wants to do. That's great. I nominated this for best cast because he always has the best cast. 4 Oscar winners and 6 Oscar nominees among the cast. And I definitely liked Benicio del Toro was great as that idiosyncratic lead performance. Michael Cera kicked it into another gear as Bjorn.
Yeah. He that was a great performance. I agree. I did like him.
Fun, good stuff, but yeah, you got to be on the right wavelength for it for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be a little high. I found it interesting. It was Spike Lee's remake of High and Low, called Highest to Lowest. This is Kira Kurosawa movie. It's just great. High and Low. But this is, I think that guy was a shoe salesman or whatever. He owned a shoe company or whatever. A rich guy. Anyway, it's a kid gets kidnapped, and is he going to pay the ransom? Yeah. Well, then they find out it wasn't his kid; it was his driver's kid. And now, oh well, you're still going to pay the ransom. It's not your kid anymore. But so really interesting stuff there. That's great. So it's basically the same situation, except this is he's a music mogul, and it's Denzel Washington. And his guy is Jeffrey Wright, so got some good actors here, and it's got A$AP Rocky, and people really complained about the score, like this score was just so obnoxious, and it did not bother me at all. Like I like an obnoxious score, I guess. Like it was just very in your face, and it was kind of the interesting way things went down, and interesting, payoff and all this stuff. Like it wasn't great. It's still like high 40s on my list, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was worth watching, and there's kind of I mean, the way I remembered, I really feel like I should have went back and watched this moment. I was rewatching a lot of stuff the last few days, and I really regret not going and watch this moment. But there's kind of a showdown between Denzel Washington and A$AP Rocky, and they kind of have a rap battle, and Denzel Washington. I mean, and it's kind of cool. Like it's just a very Spike Lee brings that musicalness to it. He wants the music to be very upfront, and Denzel Washington is willing to go there. And I that was kind of a neat moment. So worth checking out for free if you get a chance someday. But nothing, not as much as I was hoping for, but still a chance for Spike Lee to hate on Boston in any way he can. He's hating on Boston and loving New York. It's set in New York, obviously. Next one, Novocaine. Probably wouldn't have watched this, but I think I remembered you liking it, so I watched it, and I liked it. So Jack Quaid, Amber Midthunder. The guy can't feel pain. So there's lots of interesting fighting. When you can't feel pain, you can pick up a hot pan. And so well, that's comedy ensues, and Amber Midthunder was interesting in a very different role from what I'd seen her in Prey. So I don't know if you have anything to say about it.
Yeah, just really clever action, some things you don't expect. And yeah, it definitely leans into the comedy side of things of, John Wick, if all the damage he took didn't hurt him.
That's where I had the amateur. It's that Rami Malek. I don't think the casting was right, but like it was him. His wife gets killed or whatever. They're both in the CIA, I think, and he basically wants to try to solve. He wants to go get revenge on the people who did it,
because he's just like an analyst. He doesn't go out in the field, so they don't trust him to.
Yeah, he's not a fighter, and so but he wants to be trained to go, get these guys and get the revenge himself and stuff. And there's more to it than that, but there's a couple interesting ways he tries to do that, and I don't know. I liked it. I think he's just too weird to be the dumb analyst guy. Like, I feel like they should have got somebody more normal with less googly eyes to try to be the normal button up guy. I don't know. He looks like a maniac that should be able to go kill people.
Yeah, I like the concept. Again, I don't. It wasn't memorable enough for me, so it's kind of toward the bottom of my list.
You don't remember kill a guy in a swimming pool?
Well, that was in every commercial, every trailer. So that I remember.
What about the allergens, or whatever? That was interesting. I don't know. I didn't mind it. Fight or Flight. This was the G.I. Joe movie, right? I like all the stuff Josh Hartnett is doing. Like, he's doing crazy stuff. And
right, yeah, I thought he was playing Chuckles. That's right.
Yeah, yeah.
This is his wheelhouse now. This is playing a little off kilter, a little bit B movie. Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, there was like, I think I had it in an honorable mention here for action. Like, there's some interesting fighting. Like, I've seen people get choked out with an arm wrest before, but it was still cool. And I think there's a moment where he puts a guy in a overhead compartment, and then he's still fighting someone else, and he opens the compartment, and that guy kicks the guy he's fighting, and then he shuts the guy back in the compartment. And I was like, okay, yeah, this is good. So, yeah, Fight or Flight. I had fun. Okay, Left-Handed Girl. I probably have this a little lower than it should be, but this was a movie. It's on Netflix, and it's about a mother and her two daughters who moved to Taipei to open a noodle stand at a night market. But family secrets and tradition test their fresh start. Like, things are revealed in the movie, but whatever. It's they're trying to survive, and there's the cutest little freaking girl that is she's her, you know, I don't know, her grandpa tells her she's left-handed. Well, that's the devil's hand and it does bad things. And so she like starts to believe, oh, she might steal something. What was her left hand? Oh, it's a bad thing, you know, and stuff, you know. It's good, but it's got that sex worker stuff in it. And sure enough, sex worker Sean Baker produced this movie and that had a huge influence on it, and you can feel his tentacles in this movie, and it's good. I liked it. I just didn't love it, you know.
Yeah, Netflix has recommended that to me every time I turn it on. I didn't realize the Sean Baker connection.
Yeah, he didn't direct it, but he had something to do with it. I'm not sure what. I'm gonna hit crew here and say he was the producer. And writer. I think he was a writer on it. So he was in there. Here's where I had Train Dreams. This was like sad, made me contemplate life, which I like to do sometimes, but this one was like, it was a pretty movie, but it's just like time going by and leaving this guy in the past, basically. And, you know, regretting when he didn't stand up for his friend and things like that, you know, that kind of contemplative movie, you know, it's pretty. Did anybody watch? I feel like you might have watched.
I watched it.
We all watched a movie we all watched.
Yeah. Who would have thought? Yeah, I don't know. I really didn't know.
William H. Macy was good.
Yeah, like
it was good.
I liked it, but it was also kind of weird, and I was like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I had it at number 11, so I got it pretty high on my list because it was just so well made, so beautiful to look at. The performances were great, but yeah, it just didn't have that extra oomph to bring it over the top for me.
Yeah.
Like it's the story was just a life, you know. It wasn't super, you know, there wasn't a lot of action in it or drama. It was just sort of, the everyday struggles of a man.
Days pass, and okay. Don't remind me.
Yeah, we're all just dust in the wind here.
Jesus.
Like, it's a depressing movie. Yeah, it is. At one moment, I remember he's like he had it all for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we all? Like, that's the moment I felt the most attached to, was the moment when he was just like the happiest he was ever going to be, and it was never going to come back.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like once you lose certain things, it's like it's never going to come back. When when the most important people in your life die or leave, like, even if you find happiness again, you lost important people, you know, and the world will move on without you. Live while you're living. Oh, anyway, bringing it down. Okay. The Mastermind, Kelly Reichardt movie. Famously, you watch a Kelly Reichardt movie and like, what did I just watch? Did I watch anything? Did anything happen? Meek's Cut Off was one. Like, Oliver, First Cow, Wendy and Lucy, Old Joy, Night Moves. Like, it's like nothing happens, is what people say. But I like her movies because I'm like, wow, what was that about? Like, nothing happens in this movie either. But it's still good. She still is saying something. But Josh O'Connor, who I think is one of the, you see him in a lot of stuff now, will continue probably for a couple of years till people, he's the flavor of the month. But he just has a way about him that is interesting to watch. And it's about a guy. And this was all up there in one of my opening scenes, but it's not really that great of a scene, but it's just interesting. Like, they're at a museum and It's a period piece, so not any big security in there, but there's a security guy sitting there and he's like with his family and the kid's talking about something and just being distracting. And, Josh O'Connor's like, manipulating the thing and slowly stealing one tiny little piece from the museum thing and putting it in his wife's purse. And, it's like stealing from the museum and tying his shoe to look like he's not in a hurry as he's leaving, and gets away with this piece from the museum, and basically just in his mind he is this great thief. He's going to be this thief and risk everything. Just it's basically showing how obnoxious this guy and how he can just freaking think he's way badder than he is and can just ruin his life, basically. So it's an interesting movie to watch this guy fuck everything up. If you like Kelly Reichardt, it's worth it. Sorry Baby, saw this last year at Sundance. It's a lot higher on other people's lists. I did enjoy it. Eva Victor, I think Julia Roberts gave her a call out at one of the award shows already this year. Like it should have been nominated for stuff. It might be somewhere in some award shows. It was a good indie movie, and she wrote it, directed it, and starred in it. It's this girl that's been through some trauma and, just ultimate, it's interesting. I don't want to spoil it because you probably will watch it. It's on HBO Max. Like I recommend it as a good indie movie. And you get the Sorry Baby explained eventually. I thought it was pretty good. Didn't blow me away as much as some other people, but it is worth watching. Action movie. No 4-year-olds were seen. Ballerina. Again, this was as good as about any John Wick, maybe not any. First one was great, but I thought Ana de Armas was slick as shit in this movie and did a great job doing action, but they still had to bring in Keanu Reeves it wasn't testing well or something. They brought him in to get him in the freaking theater, I guess. So, but there was some cool stuff in this movie, and there's a honorable mention action moment. Like one of the cool things, there's flamethrower fight that they always add some cool things you hadn't thought of. There's a cool flamethrower fight that was awesome, but there's a whole battle just with grenades. She's just using grenades, but one moment is so awesome. She's fighting and she freaking puts a grenade in this guy's mouth and opened, there's no exit out of the room she's in except there's one door. And the guy comes in, I don't remember how it starts, but they're in a room with one door, and she puts a grenade in the guy's mouth and shoves him in the corner and opens the door up all the way, and it blows up. And when she shuts the door, there's no guy there anymore. But there's now a hole in the wall, and now she just goes through that hole into the next room, and it's just like all in one shot. Like I don't even know how they do this shit anymore, but it was freaking awesome, and there was just some cool stuff. It still wasn't anything totally amazing, so it's down here, but I had a fun time watching Ballerina.
Phoenician scheme. Help yourself to a hand grenade.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah. Okay, I rewatched a scene in this. This is what we should add a category, best fight. Like, there's always a fight. We need a best fight category. This would be my best fight. Splitsville is the movie. It's another Dakota Johnson movie, and basically it's whatever. It's a fine movie. She's a guy gets dumped by his wife and goes sees some friends, and they mention, they're in an open relationship. And so it's all about that. And so he's and him dealing with his ex and all this stuff and whatever. It's a fine whatever movie. It's on Hulu, but if you want to see a good fight, he basically 20 minutes in the movie or whatever, his friend comes home and he tells him, "Hey, by the way, your wife and I slept together while you were out of town, you know, just letting you know, I want to be open about that. You guys are in this open relationship." The guy like hits him he's not happy about it. I don't know what this guy wasn't expecting him to not, I thought you were in an open relationship, whatever. And they proceed to have a 6-minute fight through that house that no stunt guys. It is just these two actors. And it's, very well done. Very well done. It's like they're making up rules as they go along, because they don't want to kill each other, but they kind of want to kill each other, So anyway, good fight. Eternity. I remember how happy I was that day I went to the theater and saw this movie. This is who is it? Elizabeth Olsen, Miles Teller, Caleb Turner. It's one of those what happens after you die movies. And they die. It's got that very gosh. I can't remember. Powell and Pressburger feel. There was a Powell and Pressburger movie about Matter of Life and Death or whatever. I watched David Niven, I think, that had this vibe. It was just like how it is after death, very colorful and whatever. And there's just like a waiting station, and you go there and get your agent and figure out where you want to go to spend the rest of eternity. And you got to pick somebody who you want to spend it with. Well, is Elizabeth Olsen going to pick Miles Teller, who she's been married to for 60 years, or the guy, her first husband, who died in the war and has been here for 60 years waiting for her to die? And that's the thing that she has to decide. She has a week to decide which one she's going to be with. And it's pretty good little movie. And it was totally enjoyable. I remember having my feet up, just enjoying going to, I love movies. This was just like, so no one was good. Nothing bad was going to happen. This was going to be a nice movie, pleasant movie of them vying for her love. And it had a neat little moment, of how they figured it out, who she wanted to be with, and how it ultimately played out. I don't know. I like that kind of movie. What is the afterlife like? Oh, it's this fun thing. It had Divine Joy Randolph as, like Miles Teller's travel agent in the afterlife, and she's great. So no harm movie. No harm was done. Oh my gosh. Roofman. Channing Tatum. This is based on a true thing, actual events, terrible decisions. Former Army Ranger, struggling father starts robbing McDonald's. And there was a guy, I guess, that was robbing McDonald's and doing the same thing. But he's the guy that gives you his coat and puts you in the freezer. And he's good guy, bad guy. And it's got Kirsten Dunst. She's great in it. And I enjoyed it. It gets pretty dark though. It has a darkness to it that creeps up on you when you realize this is not just a rom-com thing like you feel like it's going to be. Real harm was done in these crimes. They want to remind you. So it's kind of a interesting role for Channing Tatum, and he lost a bunch of weight for this movie for some reason. I don't know why, but it was fine. Ballad of Wallace Island, a movie I enjoyed about a guy's got a lot of money, and his favorite band broke up, and he pays them each to come do a show, to get back together and do a show. And so the guy and girl that used to be a couple, one of them, the girl is Carey Mulligan, and I don't know the main guy, but pays him, oh, we're going to do a show, but it's just for him. And they don't really like that aspect of it. And anyway, it's about a couple. Why did they break up? It's just a fun little movie. I just enjoyed it. Sentimental value, a lot of hype for this. I think it's nominated for Best Picture. It was good. Some really good performances in it. It's like actors doing some freaking serious acting, and just didn't hit me the way it hit everybody else. Maybe I didn't get it. But I did. I get it. I just didn't love it. Good Fortune. Aziz Ansari directed and starring in with Keanu Reeves, Seth Rogen. Fun movie. You saw the trailer. I'm sure Keanu Reeves is a guardian angel, but he just does stops people from texting and driving. But he gets to go up a little bit and help Aziz deal with, his being poor. It's interesting. It's a gig worker economy we're in now. A lot of the young people do a lot of different jobs, and this is kind of addressing that, and also dealing with people that don't know how easy they have it. The rich people have problems, but this is kind of letting the rich person know you don't really have that big of problems, So kind of an answer to that for me. The Monkey, Stephen King adaptation from Skeleton Crew.
Yeah.
Osgood Perkins, Theo James, Tatiana Maslany, Ab Scott, Elijah Wood. I like this. I thought it was freaking effed up and funny, and I don't remember what my review. It was solid, basically. I thought it was good. What'd you think of this?
Yeah, I had it at 33, which feels pretty high for a movie like this. I just saw something Osgood said. The first draft of the script was super serious. It was trying to make a real serious horror movie, and he's like, "That's not what this should be. This is about a monkey that kills people." So he twisted the wackiness up a little bit, and the kills are very things fall from a shelf and hit a thing. It's mousetrap kills sort of thing. So
Final Destination type.
Yeah, that
thing.
sort of thing. So with this super creepy toy monkey. So it knows exactly what it wants to be, and it delivers. So I couldn't fault it for that.
I mean, that was a successful adaptation as far as I'm concerned. This is the one they didn't get. Captain America: Brave New World.
So you're calling it underhyped?
Yeah, well, considering I'm the only one that liked it. I heard so much bitching about the fact that you had to know what happened in the Hulk movie at the beginning of the Infinity Saga. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. They actually tried to tie this into some freaking lore, use existing lore to tie this in, and take it or leave it. Honestly, I don't feel like you needed to know much. And I like the way they did it. And I'm not even a huge Anthony Mackie fan, but I thought he did a good job in this, and I liked it. I didn't love it. I haven't rewatched it. I might hate it next time I watch it, but I was pleasantly surprised because I was not expecting much. It's still, you'll notice, the lowest rated superhero movie for me of the year, but I positively looked on it. They didn't get it. You guys are they.
No, I liked it.
Well, whoever, the world.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I remember enjoying it. I think I've watched it maybe once since then. Yeah, it was fine. It was a good superhero movie. Continuing on with the story. What else do you want? I don't want redos. Let's keep going.
Saw it in the theater. There's one.
Whoa.
Yep.
Also, my lowest rated superhero movie. I had it at 28, kind of middle of the pack. Maybe I didn't get it. It was underhyped, but I'm a sucker for Marvel. I'm gonna I didn't dislike it whatsoever, but it just didn't. I love the original Cap trilogy so much. It's the top of my Marvel heap. So this didn't hit that level, but I was kind of just rethinking about it of like, why, is there anything I really liked about this movie? And one thing stuck out, so I had to nominate for best supporting performance.
Yes,
Carl Lumbly.
Lumbly, he was
Isaiah
great.
Bradley.
Yeah,
he grounds this movie so well. Like I feel like he had less screen time than Falcon and Winter Soldier series. Like we explored his character a little bit in that show, but I don't know, he was even better in this movie. He connected all the characters, he grounded all the characters, added history to the role. Like that dude just was the glue for this movie. So I loved his performance.
I totally agree. Totally agree. And he is also my best supporting performance.
Oh, nice.
So I thought that, again, that probably made it have that extra positive feel. I mean, because that just having that character involved and just, it was like a lot of his stuff in this was better than anything in that Captain America Winter Soldier series. All right. Oh, where did we go? Oh, 28 years later, Danny Boyle. I like this. I thought this was good. Man, wait till next year. I got to tell you. Because the Bone Temple is better. And already there's a scene in the Bone Temple that is going to be everybody's probably scene of the year. So it's going to be music scene of the year. I'll just tell you now. But 28 years later, I was happy. When this came out, I hurried up. I had never seen any of them. I went and watched those first two or whatever, and they were fine. And I was like, this is good. And it had neat ideas. That was about the whole, what's the term for we all die? The memento
mori.
Yeah. And it's all that. And Jodie Comer was great. And that just the dark, it's Alex Garland writing it. So it's got this good writer that is able to bring that story out of, you saw it, right?
No, I kicked myself because I got, when I signed up for Netflix again, they gave me a free month of premium Netflix. So I saw that was on there. I'm like, oh, sweet. Well, I really want to watch the first two again. One's on one streaming channel, one's on another. So I just didn't get around to it. And then when premium subscription ended, that movie disappeared because only premium subscribers can watch
I was just getting ready to say, what the hell is premium Netflix?
Yeah, half my movie queue disappeared because I didn't realize you could only watch it with the expensive Netflix. So
I won't say anything else about it, but you need to I thought this was the writing brought this, elevated it to like it's a different thing, and there's new ideas. And the ending is wacky, but it's the first of a new trilogy is basically how they're looking at it. And it just sets up the second movie, but I enjoyed both of these. So definitely good stuff. Warfare. What's that? Alex Garland, Ray Mendoza. This is where they got all those young guys and redid this based on memory. Navy SEALs, surveillance gone wrong, boots on the ground, modern warfare style movie, which I play a lot of Call of Duty. So this was just like the Call of Duty movie to me. And this was who gives the freak about that sledgehammer movie. Like they're willing to risk their lives to go get a sledgehammer. I do not understand that. It must be some sort of rule. You do not leave your sledgehammer anywhere. But I liked it. I liked it better than I've rated exactly what its rating is, 3.5. But I don't know. It's not for everybody, but
Yeah, it's supposed to be that no frills, no Hollywood version. It's supposed to be the real take on what soldiers go through, but you can't dramatize that stuff without there being some rah
yeah,
rah America,
right.
that kind of thing. But I feel like as close as you could get. And yeah, the cast, that DeFaro Wunatai from Reservation Dogs, Will Poulter, Joseph Quinn, Cheekbones, Charles Melton is in
Yeah,
it. So
good stuff. Um, okay. It Was Just an Accident is the name of a movie. Uh, I think we're gonna get stories like this in the world we're in now, or increasing stories about people with PTSD, basically from the way they've been treated. This is about a guy. Uh, he's with his family. His car breaks down. In the beginning, he hits a dog, actually, I think. But anyway, has to go get his car fixed, and this guy has a limp. And he pulls in a place to get it fixed, and there's a guy upstairs that is like hears him walking down there with his limp, and he just like the look on his face is just looks at this guy. He recognizes something about this guy, and basically he kidnaps him because he thinks that he was part of a group of people, that were imprisoned and tortured. They were blindfolded and tortured, and they never saw the guy that was there, the soldier or whoever holding them captive. But he knew what it sounded like when he walked, and he wants revenge. And you're like, is this even the guy? They never saw the guy. And it is a crazy movie. Like, with a very interesting ending. Like, it's definitely worth watching this movie. I would recommend this movie. Like, it was just an accident, but a wild movie of like, do you even have the right guy? And like people wanting revenge, and just like they went through real things. If this is the guy, we definitely want revenge. If it isn't, oh my God, I don't know. Very interesting. Was it? Wasn't it? Here's where I have Eddington. Uh, I waffled on this movie. I was mad at first, then I wasn't, and I've thought about this movie all year. I just thought it was so well made. Just about, May 2020 standoff in a small town America, but it's a powder keg, and who's right, and but everybody's in their phones. The only reality is what you're seeing in your phone. And so that becomes reality in this movie that is just kind of cartoonish in its craziness of what is going on. Like, it's got all things in it. But angered me was the both sides of isms of it. And yet I don't really, that I listened to, like I said, I think I told you before, I listened to Ari Aster do an interview, and it's like, that wasn't really what I was trying to get across. They kind of, so you might seek out his thoughts on it, even though, they don't like to normally have to explain themselves, but it's like, maybe you just didn't do such a great job of getting your point across. What'd you think of Eddington?
yeah, I'm in that same boat of I was really looking forward to seeing it, and then I was disappointed, but I haven't stopped thinking about it. So I definitely need to rewatch it at least once. I should probably watch it a bunch more times, but like it's so engaging and so infuriating and so frustrating and so interesting, and like there's just so much going on. And yeah, the director can say that's not what he meant, but there's what you take away from it is your own thing. So there was definitely that idea of this COVID era aren't both sides so silly? The people, falling into conspiracy theories who are getting people killed, and then the people who are protesting it, they're also wacky. Like that just
Yeah. It's it
rubbed me
really
the wrong way.
irritates. Yeah.
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 But there's something, like I said, we're in this era now where we're making movies about the recent past, and it's still very raw, and there's still a lot to unpack, and we're going to be dealing with this era for a long, long time in the arts.
Yeah.
And hopefully the arts survive this. So there's something there. Yeah, I had it at 14, just the very bottom of my top 15 there. So
thing is, it ended up going up so high, and I honestly could even have it higher. It's just because I think of all these movies I saw, not very many of them were as rich as this, as like Joaquin Phoenix this is one of the best performances of the year. He is like so good in this. And, Pedro Pascal is so tall. And it is a great music moment too, like the fireworks stuff. I don't know. I just it's a good movie. It's a thinker. It makes you think. Okay, then this is where I had If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You. We all saw this movie with varying degrees of love.
The same night. We all watched it the same night.
Yeah, we all watched it the same night. Cliff, what'd you think of If I Had Legs, I'd Kick You?
Second to last on my list for the year. I hated it.
Yeah, this is your bag.
No, Alicia and I both watched it together. And yeah, it was it was one of her, what the hell are we watching? I do not like this, at all.
It was not Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, or, that's for sure.
Yeah, it just, I have, like I said, I'm to the point where just everything is so shitty. I have no desire to watch stuff like
I
this.
understand that. I understand.
That's just what it comes down to. Like, I understood it. Her performance is great. Like, but it's just, I just
you didn't
can't
have
do
any
it.
fun. Like, it was just dark.
Feel good.
Like,
it's dark. It's not a feel good, but it's at first I was like, I don't think this is a movie I'm ever going to watch again. But after it's been a week, I would watch it again. Like it was interesting. And like George said, it had patty cakes in it and ASAP Rocky. We had multiple dollar signs in this movie, and not enough people were talking about it.
2 hip hop legends with dollar signs in their names. Come on.
Yeah, and I did not watch the trailer. I had no idea what this movie was, other than it had Rose Byrne, who I normally really like her movies.
Conan O'Brien.
And my wife does too. Had Conan O'Brien. And I didn't know he was in it. It's
going to be a great time.
All I knew was Rose Byrne, and she had won an award.
Best actress.
For it. And I was like, okay, is she in a wheelchair? Had she been, it probably would have been better. I don't know. Like,
I was promised no legs.
Right.
No, I'm in the same boat. I knew nothing about this movie except the acclaim and the Conan was in it. That's literally all I knew about the movie. So I went in completely blind. And that's why I got to nominate this for best opening scene, because it just sucked me in. The camera is just right on her face, and she's being interviewed about her kid, and she's defensive, and she's trying to make a joke about it, and she's like trying to argue for herself, and then you see every wrinkle in her face. You see, like, she can't hide. The camera is right there. So I was just like, what is this movie? I was just immediately sucked into it. And then the camera basically never leaves her face. It's just right with her. So I had this ranked higher than anybody, I'm sure. I had it at number 9. I was just so engaged with this movie. And it's that idea, she's playing a mother and all that entails. And, she's worried about her kid. She's annoyed by her kid. She's sick of her kid. She wishes her kid would shut up, but she'd do anything for her kid. And
I hated that kid. I hated that kid.
Because the kid's annoying.
Because we don't love that kid. Like, I have a kid, and we went through stuff, but it was like, that is the most annoying freaking kid like that. I was just like, just let that kid die, please.
I feel like that was so intentional of like
Oh yeah,
the way it grates on her nerves, it grates on our nerves, it grates on her nerves. So I
yeah.
gave her best lead performance. Rose Byrne, I've liked her and everything. She's always good, but I this was something else. This was, again, there's no vanity there. There's no tricks. It's just the camera. You're with her 99% of the time, and she's just emotionally raw, and it's again not a fun watch, but she delivers just one of the all-time performances. I just thought she was so incredible. And Conan, who knows? Conan's not a good actor.
Nah.
I've seen him in a lot of things. He's always just Conan bouncing around, but like he tried and he did a decent job playing a dramatic role. So I was really worried that he would be the weak link of this movie, but he was passable.
Yeah, I like how it made me feel, as far as like just that kid being insufferable. And I just had to remind myself, she loves that. She has to love that kid, but she also hates it. Like there's no doubt. And there's some like the whole feeding tube thing. I was like, yeah, it's like it was just borderline enough. Like, why wouldn't you do that? And then it's just like impossibly not. What is happening? It's just like it was a very crazy in the water, and I and the hamster, and I would be very happy if she did end up winning. She's nominated for Best Actress. I would be very happy to see her win. Okay. Friendship. I like this better than either of you guys. I'm sure this came out very early in the year. Saw this in a theater. I think there was 15 or 20 people in there at 10 o'clock at night on a Friday night. And me and Nick were in there, and we were barely in there. That movie started and we were laughing because it's just Tim Robinson being Tim Robinson. And it wasn't any new ground tread here. But it was good and funny. And I rewatched it the other day just to confirm that it was funny to me. And it was like, yes, there's some weird stuff and dead air here and there, but it's just like, that guy is so funny. That's my best comedic performance, is this guy. Like, he just there's that meme all year, which I regret not using it all year. But there's a meme I see all the time of, you see the new Marvel? Everybody says it's nuts. And it just like, and him just like, what's funny, him being like so against Marvel spoilers, but it's almost like I don't think he's ever seen a Marvel movie. So no one can say anything. And then he gets mad. They say, see, he's just like the Hulk. And that's it. Get out of my house. I said no spoilers. My favorite, I think it was my favorite line of the year. Just favorite comedy scene I wrote this down at the beginning of the year, was the whole frog licking thing. Like, I was just like, you got to be kidding me. It was so funny going on lick a frog to take this trip that's just going to be, T-Boy's going to take him to places he's never been before. And oh my gosh, when he's like, I wrote it down here because I wanted to get it right.
To take 4 or 5 months.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. He's like, how long did your trip feel? 4 or 5 months? It was like a minute. I went to Subway. I ordered a sub. Like, that was it. No, it was just, it was like that whole, every line in that is funny. The eatery? Yeah. Or when he licks the frog. He's like, ooh, big lick.
What'd you do? I ordered a sandwich. Yeah, I had that nominated line, favorite line. That frog ripped me off. Because I definitely wanted to call attention to that scene because that was a highlight of
Hilarious. But there's plenty more. Like one guy, I don't know his name, some comedian that when he's like trying to get people to do a toast or whatever, and that guy gets up, and you could just hear him in the background speaking to a crowd that doesn't want to listen to him anyway. The camera's not even on him, but I love hearing that guy say, and also, we never should have left after. I don't know why we ever left. And it's just so ridiculous. I don't know. That's that humor. And I found it very funny. And I have not watched every I Think You Should Leave episode because I like get bored of it after a while. But I thought, Paul Rudd was good. I liked the ending. I know Cliff said in his review he didn't think it wrapped up anything. And I thought it very much wrapped the movie up of like the whole friendship aspect of it. Like he was willing to sacrifice his entire life, his newly fixed life to be a friend to this guy and do what they would do for him, and he gets that nod of approval, like of recognition at the end. And I was like, that's all I wanted. So they had to wrap it up. So I was like, I like that because it's about him wanting to have a friend. And I don't know. I like that. I thought it was good. I'd like to see him make another something like that.
Yeah, I would say up until this year, I didn't know who Tim Robinson was. And he's just, like you said, it's just, his stuff is so weird. And because it's so weird.
He's the hot dog guy. I'll ever think he's the hot dog guy that we're trying to figure out who did this. The guy, and there's a wrecked hot dog movie.
Yeah,
Wiener
he's
movie.
probably more known through memes than he is from his actual content.
Yeah, he comes off so weird to me that it comes off fake, and I think that's where he loses me. Like there's nothing relatable there.
Well, that's kind of the beauty of this is he is the one fake thing in this world. Like he's the thing in this world that. I mean, yeah, Paul Rudd's wacky and stuff, and everybody. There's people saying funny things.
I thought Paul Rudd was, but they're really good.
They're trying to do a more traditional type movie, but with Tim Robinson in it, being Tim Robinson, like being fully crazy and unrealistic.
And I feel like that's maybe what lost me a little bit. Is it just didn't feel like he was. It felt like he's winking and like his sketch comedy is very absurd and like isn't this all ridiculous? And so it was him like isn't making a movie a comedy about like this ridiculous? So there was a little bit of artificiality that kind of took me out of it. But I still had it at 18. I think I could rewatch this later and get some enjoyment out of it. But yeah, just something didn't. This one was high on my anticipated list. I was really looking forward to this, but it just didn't quite click for me.
Here's where I have The Final Reckoning, Mission Impossible. That's pretty much a disappointment for me, but I still lots of good stuff, incredible action, and just like I don't know. It had a lot of good stuff, but I was ultimately disappointed in it. But that's just because I had really high hopes. Caught Stealing. This is that Darren Aronofsky movie with Austin Butler, Regina King, Zoe Kravitz, Matt Smith.
Also on Netflix Premium.
Oh. Well, I like this.
Shout out again of a movie I wanted to see.
Yeah, I like this. Regina King. It's like detective. He's getting used by a neighbor, and I thought it was a really slick movie. It doesn't feel like a Darren Aronofsky movie to me in any way, but he brings something to this. Obviously, it still made a likable movie and like nice adventure. I don't know. Everybody did a good job in this. Fun time at the movies. The Long Walk. I've anticipated this my whole life. This was my favorite Stephen King short story. Like I loved this. You know, I've always loved this story. I've reread it multiple times. Bought the book for my nephews whenever they got in their mid-teens, like, and they were age appropriate for it. Like, it's, you walk till you're the last one alive, basically. And this has, you know, Cooper Hoffman, David Johnson, which that's that guy that was in the Alien movie last year. That he was good playing an android, and he's good in this. Has that guy from the Karate Kid, Ben Wang. He was good in this. Like Mark Hamill, he's in a lot of these Stephen King things. It just didn't quite get that for me. I really liked. There was a lot to like about it. So I'm not complaining, but it wasn't a home run. So I don't know. I need to watch it again, but I remember being kind of disappointed with how it ended up. Okay, here's where I have my superhero movies right in a row. Just going to tell you now. This is where we're at the top 20. Hour 8. I got at 20 Thunderbolts.
They don't know what they're doing. They'll be 5 or 10 clicks away in no time.
All right, well, we get it. You're in the military. 5 or 10 clicks to the... Da, 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 da. That.
It's, what is that?
Oh, no.
What? It's coming right at us.
Who is that? It's no one. It's nothing. Oh, God.
Yelena! It's your dad! Don't go in the vault! Valentina's gonna burn you alive! Yelena!
I liked it. What did you guys think of Thunderbolts? You saw this movie.
I've got this number 10. So that's the same order, right? It's the next superhero movie up on my list. People really, like, because Marvel had been in a little bit of a slump, maybe creatively or critically. Like, people were a little bit iffy, but I feel like the fans really warmed to this one. Again, it didn't make a ton of money. It didn't make the $1 billion that Marvel used to. But there's something there. It was cool. And I gave it... I nominated Florence Pugh for Best Action Performance because she's kind of the heart and soul of this movie. It's her, sadness and longing that really is the emotional core. And I awarded it Favorite Line because this has stuck with me since I saw this a long time ago, but it's stuck with me. Something Valentina, she says, "Righteousness without power is just an opinion." And I swear I missed the next 5 minutes of the movie thinking about that. Like, whoa, that sounds like I was thinking about that line and the implications of it. I was like, wait, what's happening? Like, it completely took me out of the movie. that whacked me so hard. So I love it.
Yeah, I had this at 3 for the year. I talked about this movie earlier when it came out, but this is just it's right up my alley as far as that ragtag group of nobodies that shouldn't be able to do anything and fighting the big bad. And yeah, I like the take on it, of the big bad wasn't really the big bad. And I had best line of the year also from this movie. It was Florence Pugh as Yelena, and it's that scene where just kind of all the hope is kind of lost there for a second, and she just rips off that "Daddy, I'm so lonely" as she's like crying, and like just delivered it so well. I was like, this is the best movie, or the best line of this movie, because it really just, I don't know, that it hit for a moment with me. But yeah, I hated to see any backlash on this. I think for the most part, people liked it. They didn't like the asterisk thing. I think that's gave people a bad taste in their mouth with it. But yeah, I thought it was really good. As far as Marvel movies, it was different than other Marvel movies, and yeah, it was fresh for me. I highly enjoyed it.
All right. And then after that, I had Fantastic Four at number 19. I saw this twice. I saw it once in the theater, and then I saw it in IMAX in Indianapolis. And because I was with a couple people who hadn't seen it, I was like, well, let's go see it in IMAX because I'll watch it again. And I liked it just as well the second time, and it was awesome in IMAX. And you know, I was pleasantly surprised because I was poo-pooing this cast. I did not like this cast, and I'm mostly wrong. I think that everybody did pretty good. I wasn't blown away by the thing. Only had one real moment for me, and I didn't like all his interest. I didn't care for the way the thing went, but the rest of them I was pretty happy with.
Didn't you love it when Pedro Pascal stretched 6 inches?
Yep. I was like, wow. It's like, people pay for that.
That's right.
This I had in my top 5. This is one of my great movies. I put it at number 4, obviously. Love this movie. I've been looking forward to it. It's one of the few. We always review these movies and nitpick this and that, and I just didn't on this one. I just enjoyed it. I just had fun. I don't know. It's just a feel good movie for me. That 60s aesthetic. I love the Fantastic Four as a concept and a comic, and I awarded it 2 awards this year. I didn't have a ton of options for voice or motion capture performance. I didn't see a lot of animated films, so I gave Julia Garner the best mocap performance.
Yeah, again, couldn't think of one. That would be mine. I thought she was good.
Yeah, her casting was obviously controversial. Oh, a lady Silver Surfer, that was a problem for some people. And I even thought,
Odin,
will she be able to kind of embody this? And because a lot of times Silver Surfer is presented as very alien and very godlike, but she gave a warmth to the character. And that one scene where she's, in her human form was just so beautiful. So I just thought she really brought something to that, a very cosmic, aloof character. She had a humanity that she brought to it. And I also had to give it favorite action moment, Galactus arriving on Earth. I mean, that's one of those things you read comics, and even the joke, oh, Galactus is a cloud in the old movie. Like, that's one of those things you could only do in comics. You could never do that in a movie. Galactus would never work. And here we are at, from the 1960s it's taken, and we finally got on the big screen Galactus setting foot on Earth, and it was something else.
Yeah, it was awesome. I was very happy with it.
Yeah, I liked it also. I can't say I really know a whole lot about the Fantastic Four other than the other movies, to be honest with you. Maybe a few cartoons back in the day, but yeah, I thought it was good. I had it behind Thunderbolts. That was it. I thought it was good enough. It didn't knock my socks off or anything. But that I feel like that's just me.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't think any of these were like the greatest movie, way up there on my superhero movies list, but they were all 3 solid. That's why I've just got them right in a row. And Superman, I don't like any more than this movie, but I like it right here next, right with it. It was a solid Superman movie. I was happy with it. I've it at 18.
I have Superman at 6, right outside my top 5. The first, very good in my list. It's just, we've talked about this a million times, from the Zack Snyder era to the James Gunn era. This works so much better for me. The warm, hopeful, Midwestern good guy, oh gosh, oh darn Superman, that David Cornsweet just brought that humanity to the role. Rachel Brosnahan's great as Lois, and then we got a bunch of these Justice League guys. They packed this movie full of characters, and it still felt like a Superman movie. So this was, like I said, we didn't get a ton of superhero movies this year, but they were all very, very solid.
Yeah, this was obviously my number one, I think. Best experience I had in the theater this year, over at the Fun Barn. And I have watched this movie quite a few times.
I've only watched it once.
Yeah,
I can't get myself to watch it again.
Well, that's the weird thing. I'm the opposite. Is like it totally holds.
I haven't
up for
watched
me.
Thunderbolts again either. So So.
Yeah, those were the two that I've rewatched them. Obviously, more than any of these other movies. Period. But most of them get one watch and that's it. I did watch. I think I watched Fantastic Four maybe a couple more times, and which is fine. But Superman entertains me every time. It feels like a very solid movie. I love the characters they chose for it, and I think everybody's really good in it. I had it down. I was jotting things down as we were talking, but probably my favorite moment of any movie for the year was just the end of Superman. Watched it with my wife and daughter. My daughter had an emotional reaction to it that was, valid, and she was in the moment in the movie, and like that made it, probably much more special to me, just to see how, the reaction of it and how much she liked it. But yeah, I mean, it was just that, like, yeah, this is where this movie should end. When he's back in the fortress, and it soothes him, and watching the parents up there, his real parents up there, this time, and like, yeah, I loved it. Soundtrack is great. I like what they did with that, and of course, Guy Gardner and having the Justice Gang and all of that. I thought it felt like its own thing. I didn't think it just felt like a James Gunn movie, like a Marvel movie would. I thought it felt different. I mean, there were maybe some similar things, I guess, but for the most part, yeah, it was its own thing for me.
I agree 100%. I didn't know whether to save this to the end or not, but that was exactly my favorite movie moment of the year. The end of Superman. We get that uplifting,
yes,
heartfelt ending, and then it cuts to punk rocker band called Teddy Bears featuring Iggy Pop on vocals, and that's such a perfect moment. It's a callback. It's a jokey callback to Superman thinking he's punk rock, and it's a Gunn deep cut song you wouldn't expect in a superhero movie, and so the whole end credits is just like, I was smiling so big.
Yeah,
because we had such a strong ending, and then punctuated with this song that I've now put on repeat and listened to a million times since.
Yeah, for months and months and months, that song was everywhere on social media. Everything I turned on, and like I would sit through it every time and like watch the montages and the TikToks people would make using that song, and it never got old for me. I was just like, this is just fabulous. Yeah, what an amazing movie for the time we're in.
So then, let's see. Next is where I had Sinners. This could win Best Picture of the Year. It's got it's the most nominated movie ever.
Okay, so this movie is such an enigma for me because I put it as most overhyped. I think it's a great movie. I have it at number 8. It's in my top 10.
I think being the most nominated movie ever, it kind of earns you the most overhyped spot.
Yeah, so it is a great movie. I enjoyed it a lot. But the most ever, 16, the best, most not, like, that's not this movie. No matter how good it is, it's not this movie. So and then I look and I realize I've nominated it for the most Poobah Awards.
Yeah, I have it for
I'm part of my own hype.
favorite musical moment I have, the juke joint scene is just like this. It should basically be the, commemorative list. Anything, you shouldn't be able to even pick that scene because it's so obviously the best musical moment of the thing. Like that's an awesome scene.
Yeah, I had that as a musical moment. I rewatched that clip. I'd seen it a couple. This is the only movie I rewatched specifically for this list because I'm like,
yeah, I
rewatched it. Didn't blow me away. I'm like, I gotta give it another chance to make sure. So and then I rewatched this scene again, and the third time watching it, I realized. So this is, Sammy, the character, is gonna play this blues song at this juke joint, and it's like his debut performance. And Delroy Lindo says, "Tell him who you are, where you're from." And in the movie, it's like, yeah, you're a musician, you introduce yourself. But I'm like, that quote right there is the Black experience. This is who we are and where we're from. I was like, holy crap, that really clicked with me this time. So we have a one-shot music video almost of this blues performance. If you haven't seen it, then it starts integrating past and future of the history of Black culture and music from the Caribbean and African plains to girls twerking and breakdancing in the 80s. Like it's such a standalone, and it's just a beautiful piece. If you've never even seen the movie, like it just works so well. So that's one of the all-time. It's the best musical scene, one of the best scenes this year, one of the best scenes all time. I still am like trying to.
I think that scene is so effective that when people see the movie for the first time, like I was so high from that scene. I first off, I really like the first half of the movie. The first, that looks so freaking good. First off, it looks so good, and the twin stuff works. Is so well done, and it just, I just really loved the first half of the movie. And the second half turns into From Dusk Till Dawn, bad From Dusk Till Dawn. Like I was so annoyed at some stuff. Nothing annoyed me more than both times. Like the whole constant conversation about having to be invited in was beat to death. Like how do you not get it yet? Like, how many times are you going to be like, why do I have to ask? Why do I have to invite you in? Like, they go on and on and on about that with everybody. And it's just like, come on. Just, there has to have been vampire lore, but like, I've never seen any vampire movie.
They know that, like, the woman knows the lore of all these creatures and stuff. So, like, she's telling them the rules.
And they still can't get over that. They still keep doing it. And I'm just like, I really think that was a huge mistake. That kills a lot of my good vibes for it. I still think it's like such a well-made movie that it has to be this high for me, but I just couldn't go any higher with it. I won't begrudge him winning Best Picture, but at least it's not gonna be F1 or whatever, but it's like, but it doesn't deserve that many nominations. I don't know. It's a good movie. It is one of the defining movies of the year for sure.
Yeah, that's why I can't begrudge it. And it made a ton of money because people were connecting with it. People were going to see it. They were talking and telling their friends about it. Like, it's a cultural moment. But I just, something about it, I said so that's trying to be like a very prestige movie. Something about the culture and it has some deep meaning to it. But then it's also trying to be a pulpy movie where it's a fun monster romp. And it doesn't, it's a little bit neither of those things. So one takes away from the other a little bit for me. I don't know. But I gave it best cast. Everyone is killer in this movie. It's great. And breakout performance. Miles Catone, who played Sammy, the blues singer. This is one of his first roles, and he was, if that role doesn't work, the whole movie doesn't quite work. So, again, and I don't quite get why it had to be twins. Why didn't you just hire another actor? Like, why go through the complication of two Michael B. Jordans?
It's like, to me, I don't. I agree. Just to see if they could do it, just to get to
And
do it.
showing off, passing the cigarette back and forth,
Yeah.
like that's just some neat tricks. But it's like, what's integral to that? What does that do for your story?
I think
I
it's
don't know.
just, two Michael B. Jordans is better than
Exactly.
one.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I agree. That's probably what it was.
So I nominated. That was 4 Poobah nominations for me, the most
Yeah.
ever.
The most
It
ever.
broke the record.
Just think
for the
if you
most
liked
ever.
it.
Man.
But I did like it. That's the problem. Like,
I
I'm
know.
fighting with myself about it. Like why am I not liking it enough? Like, why am I not with society?
Yep. There was a lot of neat stuff in it. Like, I don't know. It just looked so good. And there you go. But there's some really silly choices where it just got muddled late. End's good though. Like ultimately the ending's cool. Let's see. 16, Rental Family. This is the Brendan Fraser, where he's an American actor in Tokyo struggling to find purpose till he lands an unusual gig working for a Japanese rental family playing stand-in roles for strangers as he immerses himself in his client's worlds, like basically playing a part in someone's life for them, hired to be to get to act, use his acting skills to be, to fill a role for them as like, oh, this is my boyfriend. And he just plays a role. Or this movie, man, I really liked it. There's a adorable child actor in it. This girl is really good at it. And he's good. It's Brendan Fraser. He's doing his thing. He's always so lovable and well-meaning and stuff. He just plays the same guy he always plays. But it's not. It's like it had the wrong director. I think that's how I think I reviewed it. It was just like I wanted it to be taken, the whole thing to be taken more seriously. It was taken seriously. It really was. It really was. So I might like it more on a rewatch, but I just felt like it was too normal of a movie, too like just it didn't do anything special with the subject matter. Like that is a very deep thing to me, like to be playing. I felt like more like I want a PTA to direct this movie and like Magnolia or something. Like you're an actor that goes into someone else's life and like I want to see how that deeply affects things and how it does. There is some dark stuff that this guy like is having to do, and I just don't think they darken it as dark as it really is. Like what he's doing is darker than how they're showing it. And I don't know. I really like the idea of this movie, and I want to watch it again whenever I get a chance. It could be a throwaway movie also. Like you might not think anything of it. I just like to think the concept is so crazy, and it's Brendan Fraser. He's just fun to watch. But definitely, I'm curious what you think of it. There's some interesting things. Next we have The Secret Agent. We went to Athens to see this. This is a Ford movie set in 1977 Brazil. Technology specialist Marcelo, fleeing a mysterious past, returns in search of peace, but realizes the city is far from the refuge he seeks. This is just such a tactile movie because it's a period piece. This is back. Everything's mechanical. Your cars are mechanical and your electronic equipment and everything. It's such that, like, I love that aesthetic and how just manipulating things. And there's so much of that in this movie. Had a great opening scene where, just like he's pulling into a gas station and his car is so very mechanical, and he pulls in for gas, and there's just a dead body in the parking lot. And it's like he doesn't really want to be there anymore. Like, this is going to turn into something. But anyway, it's just I enjoyed this way more than I thought I would. This also could this is one of my other alternatives for the title. If I had legs, I'd kick you. There's a disembodied leg in this movie that is very unexpected, and I don't even know if it makes sense in retrospect, but like, the movie's crazy, and I don't know. It's something I'm going to rewatch someday, because it was very much more interesting than I thought it was going to be, and so that's why it's up here. Next, I had Marty Supreme. I assume you guys haven't seen this. This is the Timothée Chalamet movie. I think it's probably nominated for Best Picture. It's a big movie. It's very, another period piece like this. It's about this guy who's just like, I guess the movie is about like the American dream or American experience of this guy. Just like, he's going to make it no matter who he has to step on. And he's just a big liar. And he's a great ping pong player, and he's going to wants to be the best in the world. And I don't know. He is so obnoxious in this movie. And I just feel like is how he is in real life. Every time I see him, he seems so obnoxious. And I don't dislike Timothée Chalamet, and I think he's a good actor, but currently he's on my nerves, and this didn't help anything. Like, it's good. I had a problem with some story beats towards the end that I was just like, why did you do it like this? But I don't want to spoil the movie for you. And there's a crazy line that Kevin O'Leary says at one point in the movie that really is like, wow, that's a really cool thing to say. And I found out that really was a direction originally intended for the movie. So whenever you see it, you'll know it. That guy did a good job, even though he's a terrible asshole in real life. He actually was a good actor in this movie, play the bad guy. I don't know. It's a solid movie. You absolutely should see. And I don't know. I just couldn't put it any higher than this, because he is so annoying. No Other Choice. This is the Park Chan-wook movie. About the ruthless job market. This guy gets laid off from his paper mill. This ain't The Office. Or, like, this guy gets laid off and descends into violence, desperate to reclaim his dignity. Like, he's got it all. He's got a job he's proud of, and it's just about this job being his identity. And it's got that Park Chan-wook absurd darkness to it. And these guys, these are some great performances. The wife is so good in this movie, and the lead is so good. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed this, but it's just absurdly dark, to the point that you almost can't go there with it sometimes. Like, really? There's some great fight scene in this. Like, yeah, it could have been my favorite fight scene. Like, crazy, absurd, and like, you got to see it. Like, but it's saying a lot about that work being your identity, and like, you just got to have, if you don't have the job, like, what are you going to do? And we're all getting, basically, if anybody could fill this role, what are you, or the people that could fill this role, what are you going to do about it if they have the job and you don't? Well, you may have to take drastic measures. You have no other choice, you would say. Up to number 12. I did not watch this movie for half the year because I was so turned off by the trailer. So turned off. I don't like horror movies for the most part anyway. But the trailer for Companion, where she is holding her hand in a candle flame was like, I was like, nope, that's a nope for me, because you're just doing that doing that shock value, whatever. It's like, I'm not, big turn. I think that this would have been a bigger hit if they did not do that in the trailer and hidden more of what it was about. But ultimately, I had heard a couple of good reviews. And I was like, I'm gonna make myself watch this. It was on HBO. And I watched it. And I freaking loved it. Like, I still, they should not have done that. That trailer should have been different and more of a mystery. And I would have never, if they just had a first trailer that kept it a mystery, I would have not known what this was about and been like just slowly revealed. It's quickly revealed, but it's like I would have enjoyed it more. But I still loved it. I thought great performance. Sophie Thatcher and Jack Quaid is just the doofus, but I did you see this? I like this movie.
Yeah, I have it at 15. I thought it was great, but yeah, I was a little bit ruined because the trailer tells you what it's about, and the movie plays as if you don't know what it's about, and it runs it as a twist, and it's a great twist, and it's a great moment, but it's like you already know that. That's how the poster of the movie, the marketing tells you, what it is. But yeah, it's that Jack Quaid, the nice guy phenomenon.
Oh yeah,
he's just a nice guy, just doing, and that's a very fertile ground in today's culture, and this plays on that. And yeah, a couple good twists I didn't see coming.
Yeah, they did manage to still have twists.
Yeah. So yeah, Sophie Thatcher was great, and it's just a real good. It's one of those dark horror movies, but like the violence, like it's good. They deserve it. Like it's their comeuppance kind of stuff. So yeah. I wish I had seen it under different circumstances, but I can't punish the movie for that. So yeah, right. I still thought it was really, really good.
And a good ending. A good capper. I don't know if it's in the credits or not, but so you definitely want to see the capper little ending. But I dug it. I was very happy I saw that. My number 11, I watched tonight, what seems like 8 hours ago, but I was desperate for a comedy, like another comedy, and it is exactly Naked Gun humor, but the setting is Downton Abbey verse, basically that type of thing, and it's called Fackham Hall. Fackham Hall, they say with the accent, and this has Thomas and McKenzie. My phone would work here. Damian Lewis, Catherine Watterson, Tom Felton, Draco Malfoy. It is everything for me that Naked Gun wasn't. It, like I said, I cannot define what it is, what the magic is that makes this way better than Naked Gun for me. But Nick and I just sat here and laughed. Like, the jokes were funny. They were stupid too. It's Naked Gun's stupid humor, but just the people were funny. The jokes were funny. Like, finding the hidden jokes, we had a blast. I don't know. It was all around just a great comedy. Like, we thoroughly enjoyed it, and I mean, it almost made my top 10. Right? I would gladly watch this again in a few months. Like, it was a hit for me. Like, you got to like Naked Gun humor, but I just think it did it so much better. And maybe it's because it was a different type of setting. It's like, English and, things. I don't know. It was good. If anybody, I would recommend this to Jared, because he watched Downton Abbey anyway. So he's they're already making jokes about that type of stuff. But also, it's got just some laugh out loud. And this is my I almost had this as line. There was a lot of good lines. That one line we were really laughing at is they're sitting at a table and she says, "Tell me your dreams." It's like a boy and girl on their first date. She's like, "We finally let her hair down. Just be who we want to be. Tell me your dreams." It's like I have one where my penis falls off and I'm at school, so I can't go to the doctor. And she's the same. It just me. Oh, caught me right now. I was like, oh, that was so funny. But it's just that constantly. And there's some stupid stuff, but it was good. Good comedy. Back 'em all. Number 10. We're at the top 10.
So should I do my bottom lists before we get to the top 10?
Yeah.
All right. So lowest ranking movie left was number 25. Rob Reiner's first movie was Spinal Tap, and his final movie was Spinal Tap 2: The End Continues. Everyone Still Alive was back in this movie. Every cameo from the first movie had a cameo in the second movie, plus a whole bunch of other musicians and comedians. So just a celebration of that movie's success and longevity. So not as good as the first, obviously, but it was worth a watch and had some good laughs in it. And those guys are still really funny. Number 23, the Shane Black movie Play Dirty. This is the Mark Wahlberg as Parker, the famous subject of a bunch of crime novels.
Yep. Lakeith Stanfield and
Lakeith as his funny sidekick. Tony Shalhoub as a very scary mob boss. Watchable, fun action. Shane Black's good. It's set at Christmas, obviously.
I don't think I knew it was Shane Black. I just kind of patently avoid Marky Mark as of late.
I had to get over that as well. And there's some just crazy, they're robbing banks and setting up scams and stuff, but it's like, we're going to derail a train in the middle of downtown. It's like, you're going to kill thousands of people, but it's like, we're just doing a little, we're just
kind of doing a thing.
Yeah. So there's like a whole lot of violence. It's like, you guys are not like recognizing the amount of carnage you're causing. But decent. Right above that, a good Bigfoot movie. It's called Found Footage: The Making of the Patterson Project. Another zero budget, no name, ultra indie movie, but it had Bigfoot in it, so I had to watch it. And I was so surprised. It's such a gem. All these movies are the same. They're kids go out in the woods, look for Bigfoot. Oh, craziness happens. But this one was really smart and had some really clever moments in it. So I get it. It's graded on a curve, but it's one of the best Bigfoot movies out there. So if you're into that subject, you should check that one. At 20, I had Death of a Unicorn. Paul Rudd, Jenna Ortega movie. So this one's very on the nose social commentary where Paul Rudd accidentally kills a unicorn, and Richard E. Grant and Téa Leoni are these rich. They're like, I think they own a pharmaceutical company, and they can use this unicorn horn to heal people. Well, we're gonna sell that for $1 billion. We're gonna make a whole lot of money, and it's a clever movie. It's worth watching. It's funny. But like everything that happens, you see coming a mile away. Like it's very by the book. You know exactly how it's going to play out. I think everything else will be in your top 10, except. Oh wait, no, probably you're not into horror. Bring Her Back. You didn't see that one?
No, I do. But trust me, I cannot stop thinking about some kid eating a knife because somebody told me about it. And it's like, I freaking hate it. Well, I didn't watch it because of that. And I still have nightmares about it. Like,
yeah, especially if you don't see it coming, it's crazy.
Oh, I hate it.
This is one of those like A24 elevated horror movies, and I had it at number 12. It's not my normal bag, but it was again very thought provoking. so well made. I gave Sally Hawkins a nomination for Best Supporting Performance. She plays like this foster mom to these kids who lose their dad. And, she's trying to, smooth things over and make things better, but she has some secrets and she's up to some stuff. And it gets so creepy and so dark. And yeah, the kid is, you think he's kind of special needs, but it's a little more than that. And yeah, at some point he grabs a knife and like bites down on it, sharp side up, and it's like, and that's not the only awful scene in this movie.
Yeah.
But by
I don't
the
need
end
that in my life.
there is more to it than just the grotesque stuff. There is a story, there is heart to it, and it's probably my top horror movie of the year for sure. Well, I guess there's one.
That person did something else that was good, supposedly.
It was The Hand. You make a wish.
Talk to me.
Talk to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see that, but I haven't got around to it.
That one's good as well. And then my most underhyped movie that nobody else seemed to like. I have it at number 7. I loved this movie. I think it was straight to Hulu. Eeny Meeny. No one else. I didn't hear a thing about this movie.
Even your rave of it could not make me watch that. Like,
everyone on Letterboxd had it at very mid. It was just like no good reviews for it, but I just enjoyed the heck out of it. So yeah, it's Samara Weaving. She was a getaway driver, it's that baby driver kind of thing. She was the best in the biz. And she had this boyfriend who's just a dirtbag and kept her in the life and kept getting her in trouble. And so she finally leaves him and she's going back to school and she's making her life right. But he gets into trouble again and owes a mob boss. He owes Andy Garcia money, and he's not going to take that stand down. So it's a very familiar story that she has to get back into the life to help get this guy out of debt. And does she even want to help him or not? So the story is so familiar. Everything that happens is surprising. Like every time you think they're going to zig, they zag. The screenplay is so well written and so surprising. And every beat you should be very familiar with, but something unexpected happens. And that is so rare in a movie like this. And I gave Samara Weaving my best action performance because she is this hard as nails stunt driving girl, but she's got these relationship problems. She's got daddy issues with her dad, Steve Zahn. Marshawn Lynch plays another hitman in the movie who's like after them. He was another great driver, so there's good car chases. I don't understand what about this movie clicked for me with no one else on the planet, but I absolutely adored it and would really love to watch it again. But I don't know. Take it at your own.
Maybe. Okay, so you're telling me I have to watch this movie. Wow. All right. At number 10, I have the Bradley Cooper directed. I'm totally surprised he didn't make himself the star of it. And that was the correct decision. Is This Thing On? For a lot of people, this is just hey, this was a fine movie. And I agree. But, honestly, that's a lot of the stuff I've been saying. Everything's pretty good. These are a little more than pretty good. But this is about Will Arnett his marriage unravels to Laura Dern. And he basically just stops in a comedy club. And to get in, you have to he wants to stop in and watch some comedy. And they're like, well, you have to do it or pay a $15 cover charge. He didn't have the money. So he's like, okay, I'll do it. I'll get up there. And it's totally unrealistic that he just can go in and do 5 minutes. And I hate that I hate that people think they can do that. But anyway, I like, there's a certain type of movie I do like that I'm a sucker for just because of personal reasons. But this is really a relationship movie. Him and his wife or ex-wife, here that his marriage fell apart with Laura Dern, and it's their relationship. And she's kind of honestly, I find her not to be good sometimes. Like she's unrealistic sometimes as an actress, like over the top acting sometimes. And I found that a little bit in this one, but for the most part, she's good. So I have a thing with that. I have an ex-wife, and we've had a complicated relationship in our lives, and so I am drawn to these movies to see how people are with theirs and anyway, this was good, and Will Arnett was great in this. Like he was great. He just doing the comedy, whatever. It's supposed to be off the cuff and kind of conversational. These guys get up there and they get up and get on stage finally because they've got a story to tell, and so he's using that as fodder for this comedy, but also it's really just about this relationship, and Bradley Cooper is in it playing his ridiculous best friend or whatever. But I really enjoyed it, and I don't want to say anything else about it. I don't think anybody's gonna like it as well as me, but I did think it was fun. I was just Will Arnett. For a time I thought he was Lego Batman and the host of the Lego show. There's like Brickmasters, and I hate him on there. Like that they build Legos. I quit watching it just because I'm sick of him being an idiot. And now he's in this as the lead, and it's like pseudo serious role that was very warms your heart, kind of. Like I had a good time watching it. We really enjoyed it. So it's called Is This Thing On? Sure, it'll be streaming soon. Number 9, I have what there's Sinners and this movie are like biggest movies of the year. Weapons, Zach Cregger's Weapons. I don't love horror movies, but I really like this one. I like the message, and I like the execution. Was just a well-made. This guy can make a movie. He's making something I was looking forward to next year. But this was the one with Julie Garner, Josh Brolin, Alden Ehrenreich, Austin Abrams. Amy Madigan, who's nominated for supporting actor, I believe. But I assume you guys saw Predators, or probably not Cliff. You saw Predators, didn't you? Did you, Jordan, see Predators?
Predators.
I mean, sorry.
Weapons.
Weapons, whatever. Sorry, it looks the same poster.
Yeah.
Did you see this?
Yes.
Okay. What did you think of Weapons?
I'd heard all the hype by the time, when I saw it on HBO, so it had already had its pop culture moment. So I was really looking forward to it. I had really liked Barbarian, Zach Cregger's previous
that's
movie.
What he did, yeah.
So I felt like this was going to be his next step. And when I watched it, I'm like, I don't know. Did that really wow me like it did? And I've never stopped thinking about this movie. And then I've watched a whole bunch of other movies that were nowhere near as good as this. So this one ended up as my number 2.
Oh, yeah.
Despite some initial, what did I think about this? But yeah, I just thought as a timely horror, it's a horror story, but it's like every movie this year, it's got something to say about today's world. And he's just such a good storyteller. And the story is so interesting. I had 3 nominations. One for Best Action Moment. That ending when stuff goes crazy. That was a holy cow moment. And then 2 winners. I gave Amy Madigan Best Supporting Performance.
I did too.
Shockingly Oscar nominated for a horror movie. That almost never happens. But she if she doesn't hit the right tone for this character is on the edge of like being too much. And if she doesn't pull this off, I think the whole movie goes down the tubes. But she kind of nailed it. But then in my enthusiastic best opening scene was this movie. It starts black screen and this kid's narration and just telling the story. There's a school where all these kids didn't show up at 2:17 a.m. and the kid it's just a kid telling this story. And so it's panning through the school, and then you get to 2:17 a.m. and you see those kids break out from the front door in that famous run that's become a meme now. Like, you're so invested in this movie. Like, what is how are they going to pay this off? And then the "Beware of Darkness" by George Harrison, the song kicks in, and it's such a perfect song for that moment. So that opening scene just so draws you in. Like, I got to know what's happening. I got to know what this movie's about and how it pays off. So from that moment, and then you get the first scene, and then it kind of restarts from a different point of view. So it's kind of non-linear, and it's just everything builds to the next thing, and it's just so well made and so interesting and so deep. And you can argue for days about what it means or doesn't mean, or what.
Yeah, I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could. It's so obvious to me what it's about. But I do like. Another thing I like about it is how it really focuses on Julie Garner at the beginning of this movie, and it's like she seems like the main character, and when you realize that you're as you're watching, it's like. I remember being like trying to swallow that she was not a good person. And I was like, okay, she's the main person, but she's not a good person. And then it became, you realize that there are no good adults in this movie. Like, they all have their own things that they're more worried about than these kids. And I was like, then it begins to reveal itself what it's about. And I just really dug that. I was like, the reveal that this chick that you thought the movie was about just starts to wash away. It's not. It's like, I love a movie I love a movie that has a message that's clear enough, I would think most people would get it. And I'm so surprised that so many people are like, what? But anyway, check it out.
I was fascinated by this movie because I didn't know what it was, and the only reason I knew it existed is because you had mentioned it on the summer movies thing, and so when it came on HBO, I didn't know there was any hype or anything. I knew it made money during the summer, but that was it. So I think it was underhyped. Like, I didn't ever see anybody talking about it. I didn't see any type of real promotion for it. Like, I knew nothing going into it other than I think it's a horror movie of some sort. And so yeah, I was fresh. Alicia and I watched it, and I was fascinated by it. Great cast, amazing cast. And so many little cameos in there. I was just like, oh, there's that guy. Oh, there's, what are they doing? But
they're eating hot dogs.
Yeah.
The craziest moment to me, like the one that I think about, is when that lady comes out of the house at night and walks all the way over there and gets in the freaking car. Like, I was like, oh, like that was like, creep me out, man.
Yeah, it was, I'm not big on horror movies, never have been. There's a few that every once in a while there will be one, and I just love it. That was the case here. So yeah, I had Amy Madigan. I didn't recognize her through the whole movie, and then realized afterwards when I looked it up, I was like, oh shit, that's who that is. And then, yeah, like I said, I thought it was the most underhyped thing, because I mean, it was pretty great.
I might have gotten in trouble with my sister-in-law Valerie because I recommended that she watch it, and she does not like horror movies. So I was like, this is like a teacher horror movie. This is like, because she's a teacher. I'm like, something bad happens, and everyone immediately blames the teacher, starts screaming at her. It's like, this is like your branded horror movie.
Ultimate horror movie.
Yeah. So I don't know if that argument works with her or not.
She's like, why would that mean I should watch it? All right. We did it justice. Number 8. God, we're so still.
If this was on TV, this award show was live and on television, that you guys would have gotten the playoff music so many times.
That's just it. That's why it's not. This is our time to shine.
Over 100 movies. This is, where else do you get that?
Yeah, exactly.
Where else would you want that?
Exactly. Whoever, yeah. By all means, don't listen. I don't care. I just been wanting to talk about these. Number 8. Just rewatched this the other day. Nobody's seen it. You should watch it. It's on Hulu. Twinless. It's called Twinless. James Sweeney is the director's name. He also stars in it and wrote it, I believe. I've never seen the guy before. He produced it, directed it, wrote it, starred in it. And it also has, I categorize this guy as one of the guys, like I said, the guy that was in The Housemaid and Drop. I didn't know his name. I couldn't tell you what it is now. But all these young guys honestly look the same to me. I just said, I'm too old now to learn new guys. Like, I'm mad that I had to learn Timothy Chalamet. But this guy, Dylan O'Brien, kind of plays the second lead in this movie. And he was in Send Help. I just watched last week. And he's got something. I think he has something. So we will see. To be determined. But I thought he was good in this.
There's no Glenn Powell.
Yeah. So the plot here, I'll give you, it says, we're all just looking for someone who gets us. 2 men who lost their respective twin brothers develop a growing friendship after meeting in a support group. I'll leave it at that. But so Dylan O'Brien plays twin brothers, and he does such a good job. Like, that guy actually has some skills. I don't really want to tell you much more about it. It has a late title drop that I was like, I thought was very nicely done. So enjoy. It's not very, whenever you hold the title, that's always, you're looking for that moment. And I just thought that was well done. I think this guy, James Sweeney's talented. He plays the twinkish gay guy, and he's just like good at it, snarky. There's some shocking moments. Something you think's going to happen doesn't, and something else happens, and you're like, just like, I don't know. I really enjoyed it. It's not didn't blow my doors off, but it's better than a lot of stuff I saw this year. And it was interesting. I thought this was an interesting story, executed well, and there was worth checking out. My number 7, which would have been higher just because it's this high. It's probably doesn't deserve to be this high, but I love the story so much. It kind of defined my year last year, and that was The Life of Chuck. I read the story when I heard this movie was coming out. I read the story early in the year, and it's just definitely what is your life about? What are we? I contain multitudes is really the quote that this is all about. It's I don't really want to spoil any of it, but kind of contemplating, who we are, what we hold within us. Your whole life, you collect all the people in your life and hold them within you. Like your world is within you, and who's important to you, what's important to you, stuff. And that book, the short story, really made me think, and I was, I don't know if you guys know this. First off, like, this coming week will be 10 years since my mom died. Like, I'm sure it'll be on Facebook, but that was a big moment in my life. And nobody's listening to this, right? How many hours are we into this? Nobody's listening.
We're almost 5 hours in.
Exactly. Nobody's still here. So we all talk about how bad of a year 2025 was. Like, I had some good moments in my year. Like, at the beginning of this, hopefully you retreated to the Poobah Awards rap that I rapped early last year. And I got to make some music with some friends. It's not good or anything, but we got to create some music that I, enjoyed doing. And I tried to, I had not been in contact with my ex for basically since Nick had graduated. We didn't dislike each other or anything, but it was just like we had not been in communication. We didn't have a reason to be in communication, but meanwhile we have a son together, but we no longer had a child together. So we hear about each other's lives. I'm sure I hear stuff all the time, and but it had got to the point for me that it was weird that I had not been in communication with her. So I just, and it was because I read that story, that Life of Chuck, and I was like, I'm not going to let another day go by. I don't want it to be like this. So I just texted her and said, hey, this is weird. This got to the point it's weird. I thought I would run into you. I just want you to know, I'm fine. I hope you're fine. And I was like, we're going to have grandkids someday. And my son ended up getting engaged this year. So eventually I'm going to have grandkids. It's like, I want us to be able to enjoy that. So, I wanted to just say it, get that out there. And she was very receptive to that. Like, absolutely, and we have been in communication all year, and it was great. Nick's birthday last year, she invited me there, and we went. Nick's mind was blown. It was so funny because she's like, "Yeah, come over if you can come over for his birthday. He's going to be here at 4:30." And I remember texting her at 4:30 saying, I can't leave because Nick's at my house. And she, she's like, he's supposed to be at her house. It's just funny to be able to finally be able to talk about this stupid stuff. And Nick probably didn't like it, but we had like the best evening, and her mom was there. It was just her mom, her kids, our kid. And it's just like, we had a great time. And so it's been a great year of being in communication. And I blame this book, or I give credit to this book for getting me to do it and think about the people in my life that, and how I want my life to go. And this movie is a very faithful adaptation of the book. So you can get that same experience. I think, get it's not like transcendent or anything, but it just happened to click for me. Gosh, I had I wrote a book, put out a book last year, and it was like, I had a big year. It was a fun year. So, but anyway, this movie gets great. Tom Hiddleston, Mark Hamill, a kid playing a younger version of the Chuck character. realize why it wasn't a home run movie for me today, and I don't know why nobody said this. Like everybody's like, really, a lot of people really like this movie. But there is a problem with it. Like, there's one thing you can do in a book that is great. You can cast the best dancers. In a book, when you say that someone is the best dancer, they are so good. When you cast that kid in a movie and they're not the best dancer, that's a problem. The story, requires these kids in this movie to be great dancers, and they're just not. They're fine dancers for kids. And it's the real take. I think they didn't put enough attention to that. But other than that, it has all the magic to it and the point of the story. And it's very Stephen King, of one of his short stories. And it just that story itself meant a lot to me last year. And so that's why it's so high. And I recommend it.
That kid ruined it.
That kid ruined it. The Life of Chuck. Check it out.
Jordan, did you see that movie?
I did not. I heard good things. I'm looking forward to it.
The trailer was like, I remember seeing the trailer like, I don't know, way back. And I thought, man, this looks great. Like, this looks like it could really be something. And I'm glad you said all that, because, I mean, that's great and that's wonderful. I don't know. I don't know.
It's because his kid couldn't dance. I'm telling you.
You know what? You know what pissed me off about that movie, and I wrote it in my review? It was Mark Hamill trying to teach me math, or telling me that math is good.
Well, that's a great speech.
I hate math. Yeah, and I could not get over that.
Math.
I hate math, with a passion. I am. Bleh, it's the worst.
Yeah. Oh, it has Mia Sara also from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Have you ever seen her in anything else since Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
I didn't even remember her being in this movie. Like, it was very.
She was the grandma.
No, it was not memorable at all for me. I could not tell you like anything besides the math part. Is all I remember.
Yeah, I'm sure it wouldn't hit everybody, but it's like they really laid on. I mean, it's got what's his name that everybody loves from Five Nights at Freddy's and Scream and all that, can never think of his name. Scooby-Doo, Shaggy.
Oh, was he in it?
Yeah, he has a very,
I swear I saw it, but not too long ago.
He has a very sentimental scene with Chiwetel Ejiofor, isn't it? There's Karen Gillan, like they have like these really personal moments setting it up, and I just don't want to spoil the story. If you haven't, I want you to get to see it. We may talk about it again someday, but it's not the greatest thing ever. But I really think what would fix it is if you could believe these kids could dance. It would be like, oh wow, I wanted this kid to be able to, actually, so light on his feet. I was like, this ain't Tom Holland. Like get somebody else. Anyway,
okay,
that was Life Chuck. Number 6. This movie, I don't know. I hate it, but I don't. Okay, Jesse Buckley's probably going to win Best Actress for this movie, Hamnet, which it's a ridiculous movie because I don't know what they're basing any of this on. I don't think people know enough about William Shakespeare's personal life, in my understanding, to have made this. They especially don't know this. But I don't know. She's such a good actress. She is a good actress. And for 80% of this movie is miserable. What a miserable life. What miserable things happen to this family. And I I mean, you should know the story of Hamlet going in. Like, this is supposed to be like he names his son Hamnet, or they do, or whatever, and it's, and like I said, I'll just get to the point. 80% of this movie is misery, and I was like, okay, this isn't what if this is supposed to, like, people are like getting the feels about this. I am an unfeeling monster. I was like, when things happen that I believed were what I was supposed to be feeling, it wasn't happening for me. And then they get to the ending, and I mean, it's all manipulation. I know I'm manipulated, but that's what a movie is. They're trying to get you to feel things, and I thought they did a really great job with the ending of this movie. Like, it's just a swell of emotion when you finally get there. I don't believe this is what happened at all or anything, but it really paid off. She is so good, and he is good, great too. The Paul Mescal, of course, has been getting raves for the last few years, and he's good in this again. And it's just a well done ending. Definitely, if you could stand 80% of a movie dragging you down just to give you a good vibe at the end, then it's worth it. But I went with Nick and Sierra, his fiance now. And we all cried, and when I was like, I've been chasing that since we all went and saw Everything Everywhere All at Once. We all went there and cried. I was like, but yeah, we all enjoyed it. We all had almost given up on it, and then loved the ending. So I like a good ending.
I haven't gotten a chance to see that one yet, but that my impression was it feels like the kind of movie they used to make, like a 90s Miramax movie that got nominated for a bunch of Oscars. Like, it feels like that kind of romance, period romance thing.
It's something. It uses Hamlet. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see what this plot had to do with Hamlet. So I was like really kind of annoyed by it. And ultimately they got there. Okay. Top 5, right? Okay, we're at top 5. My number 5 is Black Bag. This is the Steven Soderbergh slick, short, 90-minute spy thriller with Michael Fassbender and Kate Blanchett and a bunch of other people I didn't know except for Naomi Harris, and Pierce Brosnan's in it too. But there's Tom Burke, Marissa Abella, Rajon Page. These people were all great in it, and it's just like, it's got a great opening oneer. It's just tight, slick. I don't know. It just, I love the vibe. I remember when we announced it for last year on our preview, and I was like, well, that's all Michael Fassbender does is spy stuff now and whatever. But I like The Killer, and I like this, and they are great as like the Mr. and Mrs. Smith type. It's not really that type of thing. They're but that's what they are. A married couple. Like, I would watch a series of these movies with them as the couple of spies. And are they working together? Are they against each other? You don't know, because they can't tell each other. It's all black bag. I can't tell you, black bag. And there's 2 dinner scenes that are awesome. There's a dinner scene at the beginning of the movie and at the end of the movie, and they're both awesome. And I just thought everybody killed it in this movie. And it's short, and it's just, I loved it. I thought it was great.
I had that at number 16. just outside my very good category. I liked it. I thought it was really well constructed, well made, good spy stuff. But I just feel, as good as the acting was, every performance was so subdued, so buttoned down, so close to the vest. Like we didn't get this, drama and emotion and stuff. Everyone was so closed off.
I
that it
would
was just
say
like,
a rewatch is rewarding in that respect. When you know what's happening
there's
the
probably
second
more under the
time,
surface. Yeah.
yeah, their expressions are revealing and things. My number 4 could easily have been named If I Had Legs, I Would Kick You. It is Predator Badlands. I know I haven't said to you recently, I know you haven't had a chance to do it because I don't even know how you'd watch it. You'd probably, I'm sure you'd have to rent it.
It's still like $20 something to rent.
Yeah, exactly. It's not available yet, but this is
top 5. That's impressive.
Yeah, it was good. It was really good. It was like, this guy is good at writing twists and turns and fun action and things making sense, things tying together, things. I just, it's a fun Predator movie that I'm not even like some big Predator guy, but it's like,
I heard from a big Predator guy who thought Predator was a little too woke in this movie, so I don't know what that says.
I don't even know, but I don't know. But it was good. I think you guys will like this. It's a fun Predator movie, and Elle Fanning is good. The Predator guy's good. The lore is good. I'm not, but I don't know the lore well enough to know why it's bad. But there's just a little bit of stuff sprinkled in, a little bit of story for this Predator, and I don't think it ties back to anything or whatever. It's just whatever this group of this Predator guy is and what's going on, and I think is just very, very well constructed. And I love that when every piece fits together. And it's just a solid movie. Definitely got to check that out. I mean, if you liked Prey, I thought Prey was very solid. I like this, couple smidges more maybe than Prey. I just thought this was just solid. Okay, my number 3, Wake Up Dead Man. This is the third one. I like this one probably almost as well as the first one. Maybe first one just because it was first is probably my favorite, but this is a close second. I like Glass Eye. I like all 3. But this one just really, had that tied in that religious stuff, based at a church and all that. I mean, I was raised Catholic, so all that churchy stuff dealing with it had every angle. It's like the minister that's all fire and brimstone and Trumpy, and versus the minister who looks at it from a more a different way, a more good, a better way, and there's the skeptic. Benoit Blanc is the guy who doesn't believe in any of it, but no matter what, we all have our daily bread, and what do you need to feed you to make it through your life? What beliefs do you need? And this guy's just so good at tying messages into the plot and what people say and making moments out of it. Like this movie has some great moments. And I was in a rewatch revealed something I had said to you before about it. Like a rewatch revealed something to me that I had not noticed before that I really believe and nobody talks about. But what did you think of this movie?
I had it number 5, so one of my great movies of the year. Nominated it for best cast. His ensembles are always terrific, great. Daniel Craig, Josh O'Connor, Glenn Close, Josh Brolin, Mila Kunis, Jeremy Renner in his first role since the accident, Kerry Washington, Thomas Hayden Church, Kaylee Spaney. So yeah, terrific cast. I loved Knives Out. Did not like very much Glass Onion, so I didn't know where this one was going to fall, and ended up just really adoring this movie. It has the clockwork, plotting and the mystery and the whodunitness. It has all really well constructed, but like you said, it also has that because I can see it as Benoit Blanc's going to come in and make some withering comments about religion and how it's all hokum, and he can just tear this all down. But the movie doesn't take that approach. It celebrates faith and belief, and having a stronger community through all that stuff. And it's like it kind of changes. Blank doesn't change them. The community kind of changes his opinion. So it's a kind of a feel good murder mystery. Like, it gives you a good feeling about religion and what you can take from that and help your world.
Yeah, I think I had my favorite moment was in this movie. Cliff, did you watch this?
I
Doesn't
don't know.
look like it.
So Carly turned it on. And
Carly loved it. It's her favorite movie that week.
I did not.
Till she watched something else.
Yeah, I did not like it. From what I watched, it didn't hold my interest in the beginning, and I was in and out. I really like Glass Onion.
I will say this. I really liked it the first time I watched it. I loved it after watching it the second time. It's so full of things. If you not pay attention to it, I think it would sound like a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Like you would not get anything out of it because everybody's saying a lot. And there's so many hidden things. He wants to hide everything in people's language that you would never catch all of it anyway. So,
yeah, definitely not. Like I said, I did like Glass Onion. I don't think I saw the first one, so I'm out in the weeds with this one.
Yeah, there's a couple great moments in this movie. One of them was they are relentlessly trying to find. He's Josh O'Connor alongside Benoit Blanc trying to find out who did the murder or whatever. And he calls. Well, I forget even where he's calling for information. And he's in a big hurry, gets whatever information he wants. And they're just like, pap, pap, pap. And Bridget Everett is the girl on the phone. And she says, can you have a minute or whatever? Can you pray for me? And it just stops the movie in its tracks in the best way. Josh O'Connor remembers like what, yes, this is the most important stuff we're doing. And they are like, they don't have time for any of this. And I mean, he takes so much time. It's like dark by the time this phone call's over. And he just shuts the door, shuts Benoit Blanc out and sits and prays with her and talks to her about, her problem is, that she's having a dying relative and it's just like, it just is awesome. It was like really awesome moment. But the moment I really fell in love with watching it a second time is spoilers if you haven't seen it. So if you haven't seen it, I would think you would have by now if you have Netflix. Glenn Close, the end. At the beginning of the movie, Josh O'Connor's pugilist priest, like he was a fighter in his life, and now he's fists clenched, and he wants to not be that way. He wants to open his hands and welcome people in and be a good priest. And he goes to do that in this new parish. And, he gets there. The whole movie, they're talking about, the whore. I forget what they call her, the whore or something, whatever. But Grace is her name. And they vilify this one woman the whole movie in their stories. And at the end, she's there and he's giving her last rites, taking her final confession. And it just so perfectly bookends his story from the beginning. And she is confessing, and she wants forgiveness from all these people. And he says, and she names the names, and finally he says, and Grace. And it shows her fists still clenched. Her fists are clenched because she hates that girl, and even in her dying moments. And he's like, and Grace, trying to get her attention. And it's like she realizes, or seems to realize in that moment, that what that girl went through and how awful she was about her and what she'd done to her. And she releases her, she unclenches her hands. And I just loved that moment on rewatch. I was just like, that was so good. And I just it's so well constructed. And the thing, since I'm doing spoilers, the moment I don't think people catch is at one point Benoit Blanc says he's buried in his father's tomb. And that's not what the story is telling us. The story is telling us that he was buried in his grandfather's tomb. And his mother was the whore. A drifter had got her pregnant, is what we were told. But what Benoit is telling us, no, she wasn't a whore that some drifter slept with. Her father slept with her. And, he was the horrible person. And so her father was also, she was, you figure it out. His grandfather is also his father, basically. So, and it's not touched on in any other way other than hopefully, I like to think that Glenn Close's character realizes that in that final moment. Anyway, freaking beautifully constructed movie. He even gets to stab at Star Wars fans about the Last Jedi, and just like great stuff. I only got 2 left. You got any other than those 2?
Nope, they're both in my top 5.
Okay. My number 2 might win Best Picture. It's nominated for Best Picture. It also has got a lot of hype, and I think more people actually like it. It's One Battle After Another, Paul Thomas Anderson. I think when we previewed it, it was Battle at Bacton Cross was the title of it, but I like this title because it has more meaning.
Rise and shine.
Bat an eyelash.
Good morning.
There are no hands on the clock.
Why?
Because they're not needed.
What time is it?
Fuck. I don't remember that part. All right, let's just not nitpick over the passwords. This is Bob Ferguson. I was a part of the French 75.
Bitch, I felt like Tony Montana!
Steve Lockjaw just attacked my home. And I cannot remember, for the life of my only child, the answer to your question.
Maybe you should have studied the rebellion text a little harder.
I need to find my daughter.
Well, then call us back when you have the time.
You just...
You are so unsuitable for my daughter. My child comes from a whole line of revolutionaries. And you look so lost. What are you gonna do about this baby?
You know what freedom is? What? No fear. Go.
Fucking World War III out there!
Not one thing, it's another. Find that to be true.
I need you, brother. Sensei, please.
Courage, Bob. Courage.
That's it. Courage. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. Thank you. God damn it! Viva la revolution!
What did you think of this? You lay on me.
This is another one I was so looking forward to. I'm such a Paul Thomas Anderson fan. This one felt very timely and of the moment, but it's just a little perplexing. Some parts are a little out there, some are a little too on the nose, some are just great. And I don't know. I have it at number 3. I think it's super well made. Again, I don't know if I got it all in this first viewing. I was really entertained. It was thought-provoking, everything a movie should be. But I don't know. I couldn't call it the masterpiece that other people seem to be saying. I did nominate it for breakout performance. I think everyone's talking about Chase Infinity. It's her first role as Willa, the daughter. She was great. And I nominated it for musical moment, the way they used "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised" by Gil Scott-Heron. They used that lyrics from that as their code words that keep spouting back and forth. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, Hooterville Junction. This song is the code word by the way they know each other. So those were nominations, but I had to give Leo best comedic performance. He's great. He is the Big Lebowski, but an actual revolutionary.
The revolution.
Just drifting through life until the past catches up with him, and he plays it aloof. He plays it stoned. He plays it. He's a step behind. He's a step ahead. Like he's terrific in this movie, and carries it all on his shoulders. And that scene of him on the phone, that's my favorite Letterboxd review. Was this really captures your mood when you forget your passwords? He's just losing it. It's like you can't. They won't let him go forward until he can remember the password, and he can't. It's so long ago. He forgot this password.
Yeah. I think I ended up, this is probably my best opening scene. Nothing blew me away opening scenes this year, but this, just the Fridge 75 attack on basically an ice facility back in the day, that type of thing. And Perfidia, Beverly Hills. What a character. This movie just has a bunch of good characters. Some stuff's over the top. The Sean Penn stuff is kind of what he's getting a lot of praise, and he's nominated and stuff. And it's like, that's not like the weak part of the movie to me. I like it, but it's a little bit a weak part to me. It's still too silly. But then I can say that, but then also love the idea of the Christmas Adventurers Club and the ridiculousness of Jim Downey. And but that's all. That's very PTA. And I also have my probably ultimate, what I ended up best action-y moment is the car chase at the end. Just the way that was filmed and the humps in the road and that stuff. That's just so neat how they came up with that. No one has pointed out, like, I don't think people recognize car models like I do, but that guy with the blue car, like, at one point he's driving a blue Mustang, old, like 60s Mustang. And then in the final scene, he's driving like 90s or 2000s Mustang. I was just like, so it was both times, it was the same color, same model, just 30, 40 years apart. Doesn't matter. But he's a Christmas adventure. He can do what he wants. I thought, Chase Infinity was great. Regina Hall, Teyana Taylor, everybody was good. Benicio del Toro was great. Like, he was the ultimate sensei, calm, in keeping Leonardo on path, trying to get him through, just with a few small beers, just making it happen. I can't wait to watch it again. I bought it on 4K. I just haven't popped it in yet, but I really enjoyed that movie. I was very happy when I saw it because I was like, okay, this finally got a solid movie for the year.
There are so many movies this year that are about whatever this is about, this moment in time, politics, whatever is going on in America. But this one, I don't know, this one covers a lot of ground in a entertaining way, but a deep sort of way as well.
The soundtrack didn't bother you guys at all. It drove me up the walls. I think I like this movie.
No,
for the
I like
most part,
the music. Yeah,
but I was crawling the walls like that. Just kind of jazzy. Just I don't even know how to explain it. I don't want to ever hear it again. Like 3/4. I was like, this movie would be much. I would be much more into it and be more entertained if you just get rid of this music. Like when they're going through the rooftops and. It took me out and I was like, I cannot stand this.
And you hate Sean Penn too, so you must have
I
just
do
been
hate Sean Penn.
crawling.
Yeah.
I just like the whole, and I love the way it wrapped up. I won't say the ultimate ending, but it's just like that. I remember I watched it, I was like, yeah, it's just like, there is one, this never ends. This fight, people fighting for rights, and it will never end. And it is just one battle after the other. And Leonardo DiCaprio was like, okay, he had a kid and he had to basically stop. But it's like he tells Perfidia that go fight that battle. You got to go fight that battle. Go do it.
That was the stuff I really liked that, right? Like
at some point you can't be the one doing it anymore, and the younger ones are gonna have to do it.
Right.
It's just
the thing. But as I finished the movie, the thing that bothered me, it was like the Indiana Jones Raiders of the Lost Ark thing. I was like, what? He didn't affect anything. He didn't, through the whole movie. Like they could have played this movie without his character, and it wouldn't have affected the actual plot or story of the movie.
Pretty much, he saved the day. I thought he saved the day there.
So I'm very mixed.
But every. He was a bit impacted at the beginning, and he couldn't have done it without the fireworks there. I don't know. It's everybody. It was just that feeling of like, you got to fight and you do whatever little bit you can do, and maybe you move the needle a little bit that way. So, because every person, what that little bit they can do is something, and doing nothing is just more room for the other, for it to go the other way. So maybe that's a message of it. Like, you don't see that guy accomplishing much, but he raised a daughter that, that has her head on straight, and, and now she's out there, and, I really dug it. I think it was a strong PTA movie. I was so happy we got it. There's sometimes there's some years there isn't a strong enough movie, I think, to be in my top two. This one is there. My number one is, another movie. When I saw it, I was like, I would be very surprised if this movie is not my number one at the end of the year, and it stayed there. It was your favorite director, Cliff, He had your least favorite movie, not just of last year, but possibly all time.
Oh, I don't remember what the name of it was. Terrible.
Kinds of Kindness was
Jesus,
Yorgos Lanthimos. He's number one movie this year, Bugonia. This is my favorite cast. This is my favorite lead performance. Jesse Plemons. I would be happy to give a breakout to Aiden Delbus, the autistic actor that answered the casting call and was great as his cousin. I mean, what a good first, really first big role, and hung in there with those guys. Emma Stone is nominated. I mean, Jesse Plemons got snubbed. He was great in this freaking movie. Like, I don't know how you just nominated
5
her.
performances are better than that. That's crazy.
Exactly. I don't know how I mean, she did great, but he was just as good in this movie. I just loved it. When I went into this movie already thinking one way, watched it that way, it's how it was and everything, but it's just like, but even though I really believe that, at no point could you say you were sure. I could not say I was sure. That was I love the craftsmanship of that and the performance of Emma Stone to sell to you the smartness of her executive. You never could be sure one way or the other whether they were right or wrong, because she was so good and the writing was so good to make you think she could pull off faking this, she could be this, like, what is this, what is happening? And I just freaking loved it, and I loved the message of it, the message I got from it. It's just like all these conspiracy theorists, and just like, who would save us? Like, who could? Like, we're so effed up. Like even, I don't ultimately spoil the movie, but it's so good. Watch Bugonia. I've totally watched it and they're like, what are you talking about? I hated that movie. I'm like, good. That makes me love it even more. What did you think of this?
Yeah, you have definitely liked all of his movies way more than I have. I've not been able to find this guy's wavelength on it. He has every year is a critically acclaimed movie, and every year I'm like, I didn't quite dig that. But this one worked for me.
This is the most what do they call it? Most
this is accessible.
Yes, yeah.
I thought maybe The Favorite is kind of a
more
straightforward story.
And The Lobster.
So yeah, he makes weird movies. He's very esoteric. He's very on his own wavelength. But this clicked with me as well. It's my number one. I totally agree with you. I nominated Aiden Delbus for Breakout. That performance, it's so tragic, but he brings this like innocence and warmth to the role, and like he is sitting across from 2 heavy hitters. Some of the best actors of our generation, and he's right on par with them. It's like it was a phenomenal performance, and I nominated both them for lead. I don't know who you'd even call the lead of this movie. Both of them are worthy of it. So just great stuff. And I love like what you're saying. I kind of thought what was going to happen. I kind of expected this to happen, but no, at no point till the credits rolled was I 100% sure what was actually happening. And I love that he's a nut job. He's a crank, but he makes these arguments that make sense. He talks about, oh, you think I'm just in a bubble, and I've been red pilled by and he has these monologues of like, yeah, he knows, he gets his own psychosis. Like he understands. He's not a dummy. He's not a fool. Like he's a very smart person who's gone off the deep end and gone down some rabbit holes. So yeah, they are on equal footing. They are good opponents against each other, and it's just, I don't know. It was great to watch them work together and to pay off this movie. And at no point did I know exactly what was going to happen next. And him riding his bike to work at
Every time I love
Amazon
that.
fulfillment center, like what a meaningless existence. Like he's built his own he's his own like superhero, but he's got to work this day job.
I loved the way that was filmed every time he was on his bike from right in front of him. Like, and that ending, like the graphicness of showing around, I didn't think they were ever going to stop showing different places on the earth. You know, I was like, wow, like this guy's sick. You know, I love it. What a sicko. I'm the guy at the one, oh, these sickos. You know, it was like this. I was so happy to get this movie. I was like, yes. So once you get that movie or two that you just love, you know, it's like, yes, this another year worth it. You know, we got a movie that I know I'm gonna go buy the 4K of, like, cause it's, you know, so happy. This is my favorite of his, and for a guy that I already really liked his movies. So if you like this movie, anybody out there that might be listening, and you think you finally should try out The Lobster, it's on HBO. I do believe you can just check it out. Did we miss anything? Did we do it?
That's all I got.
Cliff, what movies did you see that we did not mention? I bet there's 7.
7? No, I didn't see that many.
It seems like you would have be the type to. I may have watched 100 some movies, and you still have tons of movies you did.
Yeah. So, real quick, there might be a couple. There was a documentary that was on HBO called My Mom Jane. Mariska.
Oh, yeah,
Hargitay.
yeah.
Yeah,
I almost watched that. I almost watched that.
It was super good.
Okay.
Rather, you don't know where it's going.
Okay.
I mean, I certainly didn't know where it was
I
going.
really did almost watch it. I had it on my watch list. I don't know whatever happened.
Yeah, it was really good. Another movie I liked last year was The Life List. I think I watched it on Amazon Prime. But it has what is from Descendants, the original Sophia Carson. She was really good in this movie, and I enjoyed it. It wasn't anything spectacular, but there's some good emotional stuff in there about losing a parent and moving on and finding your, what you should be doing in life type of thing. So there was that. I think that was it. Yeah.
Okay, good. Guys, we watched them all. We did it. It meant for a very big episode this year.
That's got to set a record.
That does. Like, wow.
So my top 15 that I definitely recommend: Companion, Eddington, Venetian Scheme, Bring Her Back, Train Dreams, Thunderbolts, If I Had Legs I'd Kick You, Sinners, Eeny Meeny, Superman. And the top 5: Wake Up Dead Man, Fantastic Four, One Battle After Another, Weapons, Begonia. So pretty well paralleled your list like normal.
Yeah.
We have a pretty similar.
Yeah. I feel the movie I would recommend the most to you two is Predator Badlands. So I can't wait till you guys see it. Hopefully you have the fun I did with that one. It's pretty clever.
Here we go. 9th Annual Poobah Awards in the books, in the annals.
Exactly. I thought you were going to mess that up. That's going straight in the annals, baby.
So if you possibly saw a movie we didn't, let us know. Something we missed, something we need to see. If you have a recommendation of one of our categories, who was your favorite actor? What was your favorite action moment or comedic performance? surely we missed something. So let us know. We'd like to hear your opinions as well.
Yes.
So thank you, Seth, for compiling this list and spending a year of your life preparing for solely
driving
this episode.
back and forth to the theater.
Yeah,
53 times.
And that's not, a little 10-minute trip anymore. So
nope.
Quite a ways.
Thank you, Cliff, for your editing and
good
technical
luck.
expertise putting this long episode back together.
Luckily, we don't make any mistakes.
Right, exactly.
And thank you out there for listening and for indulging us and caring about our opinion and for loving movies along with us.
Yes.
We do not
here,
take that for granted. Thank you.
No, if you're still here at this moment, like
right,
not that guy that left 10 seconds ago. If you're still here, you're a real one.
The guy that went to the bathroom and missed the most exciting part of this podcast.
That guy, oh my God. Wait till he finds out what the hell happened. It happened in Send Help, too. I still can't stop thinking about that guy. Jeez. These people leave at weird times.
All right, folks. Award season is here, and you got it. And we'll have more of it soon. My name is Jordan Lowe.
Cliff Barnes.
I'm Seth. Bye forever. That's going straight in the annals, baby.
Thanks for listening to Ka-Pow, the Pop Culture Podcast. The best way to support the show is by joining our Patreon at patreon.com/YouDownWithKPP. Catch every episode on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Podbean, or wherever you listen, and check us out online. Stay connected with us on YouTube and TikTok for extra content, or send us an email anytime at kapowthepopculturedpodcast@gmail.com. All sounds, clips, and media played are the property of their copyright holders. All original content is the property of Ka-Pow, the Pop Cultured Podcast. We'll be back soon with more fun, more laughs, and more pop culture. But until then, ask everybody you know. You down with KPP?